ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਐਂਡ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ ਜੂਨ 3 ਅੱਜ ਵਾਰ ਹੈ ਬੁੱਧਵਾਰ ਦਾ ਵੈਡਨਸਡੇ ਔਰ ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 9:08, ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 9:38 ਰਾਤ ਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 9:08 ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਕੋਸਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ 12:08 ਬਾਅਦ ਦੁਪਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੱਕ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਤੇ ਕਰੰਟ ਅਫੇਅਰ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਉਹ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਬੜੀਆਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਨੇ। ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬੇਸਡ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੈਲ ਯੂ, ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਊਂਗਾ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਵਿਦ ਪ੍ਰੂਫ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਐਸੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਹਾਫ ਕੁਕਡ ਹੋਏ। ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਫਸਟ ਹੈਂਡ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ। ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਹੈ, ਹੋਰ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਟੈਰਿਫਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੱਗਣੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਹਮਲਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਆ ਉਸ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸਾਰਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੇਫਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ 에ਅਰ ਬੇਸ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ ਕੁਵੈਤੀ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਆਲ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਆਲ ਦ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਆਲ ਦ ਪਿਕਚਰਸ ਐਂਡ ਐਵਰੀਥਿੰਗ। IRGC ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਗਾਰਡਸ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ IRGC ਇੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਨ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਬੈਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਟੈਰਰਿਸਟ ਐਂਟਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਲੜਾਕੇ ਹੈ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਮਿਲੀਟੈਂਟ ਫੋਰਸ ਹੈ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ US ਦੀ 5th ਫਲੀਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈੱਡਕੁਆਟਰ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਰੋਨ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ। ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਦੋ ਆਈ ਡੂ ਹੈਵ ਦ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਆਫ ਦੈਟ ਵੀਡੀਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਡਾਊਨਲੋਡ ਦਾ ਲਿੰਕ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬਟ ਐਟ ਦ ਸੇਮ ਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਲਿੰਕ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਐਂਡ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ BC ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇੱਥੇ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ। ਹੁਣ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਲਸ ਨੇ, ਲੰਬਰ ਮਿਲਸ, ਉਹ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਟੈਰਿਫਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰੈਸਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ, ਫੈਡਰਲ ਫੋਰੈਸਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਟਿਮ ਹੌਡਸਨ, ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਐਂਡ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਰਿਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਰਵੀ ਪਰਮਾਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਵੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਨਵੀਂ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਐਲਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਵੀ ਗੋਇੰ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਹੈਨਰੀ ਨੋਵਾਕ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ UK ਦੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਕਾਕਰੋਚ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ, ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਬਣੀ ਯੰਗਸਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਬੜੀ ਧਮਾਲ ਮਚਾਈ। 23 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਇੰਸਟਾਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਤਾ ਧਰਤਾ ਨੇ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਪੇਜ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਸੀ ਕਾਕਰੋਚ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦਾ, ਉਹ ਭਾਰਤ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਨੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਹਮਾਰੇ ਫਲਾਣੇ ਜੀ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ। ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਟ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ, ਉੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਟ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਡੀਪ ਸਟੇਟ ਦਾ ਕਮਾਲ ਹੈ, ਕਿਹਦੀ ਡੀਪ ਸਟੇਟ ਦਾ ਕਮਾਲ ਹੈ? ਕੀ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਡੀਪ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਡੀਪ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਾਰਗੁਜ਼ਾਰੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੇ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਯੂਥ ਦੀ ਵੋਟ ਨੂੰ ਕੈਪਚਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਸਵੇ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਵੀ ਗੋਇੰ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਬੜੇ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਅਜੀਬੋ ਗਰੀਬ ਮੋੜ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਬਟ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਵਿਦ ਦ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਫਸਟ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਹੁਣ ਲਿਵਾਈਜ਼ ਲਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਨਵੇਂ ਸਿਰੇ ਤੋਂ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ, ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਪੂਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਰੈਡੀ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਜ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰਸਤੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਲਿਆਰਾ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੱਤਰਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਾਣਗੇ, ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਅੱਜ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਲੁਕੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ, ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਈਟਨਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਾਫ਼ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਕਾਕਸ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਕਾਕਸ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੀ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵੜ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਵਿਦਿਨ 6 ਮਿੰਟਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਊਟਗੋਇੰਗ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਮੈਰੀ ਸਾਈਮਨਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੈਕੋਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਸੋ ਸਰ ਜੌਨ ਏ ਮੈਕਡੋਨਲਡ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਫੇਅਰਵੈਲ ਰਿਸੈਪਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। I will make that live for you, ਲਾਈਵ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ 11:15 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ, ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ 9:15 ਹੋਏ ਆ, 11:15 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਵੀ ਅਟੈਂਡ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਟ ਫਸਟ ਕਮ ਫਸਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਵਧਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗੇ, ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ।
I'll note, and he can speak for himself, Minister LeBlanc had very constructive discussions with his counterpart, Ambassador Greer, yesterday in Washington, along with our chief negotiator, Janet Charette. Secondly, with respect to these 301 tariffs, this is not a surprise. It's something that the U.S. has been planning for a few months. I think very importantly is that 2 things. One is that the tariffs are consulted for 30 days or 30 plus days. Secondly, explicitly in the decision, Canada, the carve out for CUSMA is referenced and maintained. So that puts us in a position where, again, we would still have the best trade deal of
ਸਮਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਇਲਕੁੱਕੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ, ਵਿਦ ਆਲ ਡਿਊ ਰਿਸਪੈਕਟ ਟੂ ਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਬੇਸਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਘੋਖ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਹੈ, ਆਪਣੇ ਅੰਦਰੂਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਇੰਸਟੀਚਿਊਟਸ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਐਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ 'ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਗਰਮੱਛਾਂ ਦੀ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਹੈ। ਪੋਲੀਟੀਕਲ ਸਪੈਕਟਰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਦਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮਗਰਮੱਛਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਆ, ਪਿਛਲੇ ਲੰਬੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੋਂ 25 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ 30 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਉਸ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗਲਿਆਰਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਪਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਾਂਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ, ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਡੋਮਿਨਿਕ ਲਾਬਲਾਂਕ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਡੋਮਿਨਿਕ ਲਾਬਲਾਂਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸ ਗ੍ਰੀਰ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੈਗੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕੁਸਮਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤਿੰਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੀਨਿਊ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਿਊ ਨਾਫਟਾ ਕਹੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੁਸਮਾ ਕਹੀਏ, ਵਟਐਵਰ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਚਲਾਈ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਵਿਦਿਨ ਦ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਵੀ, ਵਿਰੋਧੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹ ਇੰਨੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਰੱਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅਮੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ। ਥੋੜਾ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਊਂਗਾ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਸਮਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੈਗੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਡੋਮਿਨਿਕ ਲਾਬਲਾਂਕ ਤਿੰਨੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਨਕਲੂਡਿੰਗ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਚਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ।
Tariffs, this is not a surprise. It's something that the U.S. has been planning for a few months. I think very importantly is that 2 things. One is that the tariffs are consulted for 30 days or 30 plus days. Secondly, explicitly in the decision, Canada, the carve out for CUSMA is referenced and maintained. So that puts us in a position where, again, we would still have the best trade deal of any of the U.S. trade counterparts. want to say as well that the issue, the motivation of the U.S. Action, the 301 tariffs against, or proposed tariffs against a variety of countries, is something that we share. Canada has a very strong legislative regime against forced labor in supply chains. We don't want any element of forced labor coming in goods and services, and we want to use our influence to eliminate this practice of forced labor and child labor. We have been preparing ways to reinforce the regime that we have. We made some changes earlier this year on things that candidly were not as effective, so there's ways we can change things legislatively. We'll be proposing that to the House in the coming weeks before the House rises, is our intention, and then taking steps to move forward on that. So, you know, when you boil down the action, we support the overall objective, the U.S. action, I should say, and I would note that in effect, how it's drafted for the vast majority of Canadian trade, it will not have an impact. At the same time, since we support the overall objective, we have the objective and we're working towards making it more effective.
So ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਅੱਜ ਗਲਿਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀ, ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣਗੀਆਂ ਵੀ। 10% ਟੈਰਿਫ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੋਰਸਡ ਲੇਬਰ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਇਆ, ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਖੈਰ ਇਹ 44 ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਇਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਾਪਾਨ, ਸਿੰਗਾਪੁਰ, ਇੰਡੀਆ, ਸਾਊਥ ਕੋਰੀਆ, ਵੀਅਤਨਾਮ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਤਾਂ 12.5% ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੈਕਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 15 ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 10% ਟੈਕਸ ਲੱਗਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਯੂਰੋਪੀਅਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਯੂਕੇ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਅਰਜਨਟੀਨਾ, ਐਲ ਸਲਵਾਡੋਰ, ਬੰਗਲਾਦੇਸ਼, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ 10% ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ 60 ਮੁਲਕ ਨੇ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ 59 ਕਹੇ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, 59 ਪਲੱਸ ਯੂਰੋਪੀਅਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ 'ਚ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਟੋਟਲ 60 ਪਰ 59 ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਪਲੱਸ ਯੂਰੋਪੀਅਨ ਯੂਨੀਅਨ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਗੁੱਡਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਡ ਵਿਦ ਫੋਰਸਡ ਲੇਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ 60 ਦੇ 60 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਉਸ ਬਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਮੀਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕੇ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ। ਸੋ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕੀ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਨੋਬਡੀ ਨੋਜ਼ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਦੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਮਾਈਂਡ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿੱਧਰ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਹੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪਾਊਂਗਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਉੱਧਰੋਂ ਜੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ, ਸੋ ਆਈ ਸ਼ੁੱਡ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਸਾਈਡ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੈਰੀ ਸਾਈਮਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਰ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਦੈਨ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਬੀ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਉੱਧਰੋਂ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਡੈਨੀਅਲ ਸਮਿਥ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਰਿਮਾਰਕਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਕੁਬੈਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ। ਕੁਬੈਕ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਐਸਾ ਸੂਬਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਸੈਪਰੇਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਜਾਂ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਡਮ ਦੀ ਮਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਝਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕੀ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਊਟਗੋਇੰਗ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ, ਮੈਰੀ ਸਾਈਮਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਰੈਕੋਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੇਅਰਵੈਲ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ। Let me just take you to that place. One sec. ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਵੈਸੇ ਵੀ ਟਿਊਜ਼ਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੈਡਨਸਡੇ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਫਲੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੈਟ ਫॉर ਯੂ ਉੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਫੰਕਸ਼ਨ ਪਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪੋਸਟ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਦਿਆਂ ਮਹਿਮਾਨ ਆਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਉਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ I'm gonna take you there. Let's go there. देखिए कि इस वेले मेहमान जेडे आने शुरू हुए हैं और अजय गवर्नर जनरल तो नहीं आए लेकिन सारे पहुंच गए हैं आई कैन सी रणदीप सराय एज वेल सो लाइव इस वेले लाइव इस वक्त सर जॉन ए मैकडोनल्ड बिल्डिंग उतों ये लाइव हो रहा सर जॉन ए मैकडोनल्ड बिल्डिंग तो जिद्दां ही इहदी शुरुआत होएगी अजे तां मेहमान जिहड़े पहुंचने शुरू होए लेट्स सी नाल दे नाल जिहड़ियां कुछ होर इन्फॉर्मेशनस मेरे कोल आ रही हैं वो भी मैं तुहानूं थोड़ी थोड़ी दे देना एक अज बड़ा इंटरस्टिंग एक होर जानकारी जिहड़ी आई कि ग्राउस माउंटेन है बहुत सारे लोग जिहड़े वैनकूवर दे विच रहिंदे उन्हां नूं पता है लोग ग्राउस ग्राइंड ते भी जांदे आ उत्ते पहाड़ तक तुसीं पैदल तुर के जांदे हो हाइक करके जांदे हो ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਉਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਵਧੀਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਸੀਨਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਆ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ। ਜਦੋਂ ਬਰਫ਼ ਪੈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਕੀਇੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਗਰਾਊਸ ਗ੍ਰਾਈਂਡ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਸ਼ਹੂਰ ਆ, ਪਹਾੜ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਵਰਲਡ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਵਰਲਡ ਰਿਕਾਰਡ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਰੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਡੈਲਟਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਬਰਨਬੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾਰਥ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਪਹਾੜੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਸਮੂਹ ਦਿਖਦਾ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਕਾਈਲਾਈਨ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗਰਾਊਸ ਮਾਊਂਟੇਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਉਤਰਾਈ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ, ਸਲੋਪ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਬਰਫ਼ ਪਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਚਾਦਰ ਜੀ, ਬਰਫ਼ ਦੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਚਾਦਰ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਕੀਇੰਗ ਅਕਸਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੁਣ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਤਾਂ ਬਰਫ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਸੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਝੰਡਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਫਲੈਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਸ ਕਿ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਝੰਡਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਪੋਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦਾ। 160 ਮੀਟਰ ਬਾਏ 80 ਮੀਟਰ, 160 ਮੀਟਰ ਬਾਏ 80 ਮੀਟਰ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਫਲੈਗ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਅਨਵੀਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕੱਲ ਗਰਾਊਸ ਮਾਊਂਟੇਨ ਰਿਜ਼ੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਇਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਹੀ ਦਿਖ ਜਾਣਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦਿਖੂਗਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਛੋਟਾ ਜਿਹਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੋਲ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਆਈ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਪਿਕਚਰਸ ਬਾय ਦ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਵੇਟਿੰਗ ਫॉर ਦਿਸ ਲਾਈਵ। ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਦਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ ਦੈਨ ਯੂ ਵਿਲ ਬੀ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕਿ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ। ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਇਟਸ ਜਸਟ ਕਾਮਨ ਫਲੈਗ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਝੰਡਾ ਜਿਹਾ, ਆਮ ਜਿਹਾ ਝੰਡਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਰੱਖਤਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਭੁੱਲ ਗਏ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਝੰਡਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹਵਾਵਾਂ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ ਚੱਲਦੀਆਂ, ਸੋ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚਣਾ ਹੀ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖਿੱਚ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਹੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ 160 ਬਾਏ 80 ਫੀਟ, 80 ਮੀਟਰ, ਨਾਟ ਫੀਟ, ਮੀਟਰਸ, 160 ਮੀਟਰ ਬਾਏ 80 ਮੀਟਰ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਫਲੈਗ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਟਸ ਸਾਈਨ ਆਫ ਐਕਸਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਡ। ਉਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਫੀਫਾ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਫੀਫਾ ਵਰਲਡ ਕੱਪ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਡ ਦੀ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੀ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਆਫ ਮਾਰਕੀਟਿੰਗ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਡਮ ਰੂਟਮੈਨ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਡਿਜ਼ਾਈਨ ਟੂ ਬੀ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਹੇਅਰ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਵ ਵੱਲ ਲੈ ਜਾਊਂਗਾ, ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, ਆ ਉਹ ਸਲੋਪ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਸਰੀ ਤੋਂ, ਡੈਲਟਾ ਤੋਂ, ਵੈਨ ਯੂ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦ ਨਾਰਥ ਸਾਈਡ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮਾਊਂਟੇਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਸਲੋਪ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਨੋਈ ਡੇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਰਪੇਟਡ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਸਨੋ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਈਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਝੰਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਦੂਰੋਂ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਮ ਜਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਝੰਡਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੂਸਰੇ ਐਂਗਲ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ, ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਾ ਲੋਅਰ ਮੇਨਲੈਂਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿਖਦਾ ਪਿਆ, ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਲੋਅਰ ਮੇਨਲੈਂਡ ਹੈ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਪੁਲ ਵੀ ਦਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉਹ ਦਿਖ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਸਲੋਪ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸਿਓਂ ਪਰਲਾ ਪਾਸਾ, ਆਹ ਜੇ ਥੱਲਿਓਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਪਾਸਾ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਝੰਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਸਟਾਲ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਫੜ ਕੇ, ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੇਬਲ ਕਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨੀਚੇ ਇੰਨੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ, ਇੰਨੇ ਵੋਲੰਟੀਅਰਸ ਨੇ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਇਹ ਝੰਡਾ ਖਿੱਚਿਆ ਔਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਖਿੱਚਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਨਾਓ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦ ਸਾਈਜ਼ ਆਫ ਦਿਸ ਫਲੈਗ when you are comparing it with the human being. And there are so many volunteers, those who are pulling this flag. Now you can see the size. Guinness Book of World Record ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ 160 ਬਾਏ 80 ਮੀਟਰ ਦਾ ਫਲੈਗ 2 ਫੁੱਟਬਾਲ ਫੀਲਡ ਦੇ ਸਾਈਜ਼ ਦਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ 2 ਫੁੱਟਬਾਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਫੀਲਡ ਦੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਹੈ। Let me just take you to that ceremony.
Simon et Monsieur Whit Fraser. My name is Sanara Corbin, and I am the Chief of Protocol for the Parliament of Canada and your Master of Ceremonies this afternoon. I now welcome the arrival of the official party. Their Excellencies, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, and Mr. Whit Fraser. Leur Excellence, la très honorable Mary Simon, Gouverneur-Général du Canada, et Monsieur Whit Fraser, accompagné par le très honorable Mark Carney, Premier ministre du Canada, l'honorable Raymond Gagné, président du Sénat, l'Honorable Francis Scarpalagia, président de la Chambre des communes, la greffière du Sénat et la greffière des parlements, Mme Shaila Anwar, le greffier de la Chambre des communes, M. Eric Jantz, l'huissier du bâton noir, M. Greg Peters, et le sergent d'armes, M. Patrick McDonnell. Please join us, and I'll ask everyone to please rise, for the singing of our national anthem led by the Senate and House of Commons pages.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est saint, tes fleurons glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée, tes plus brillants exploits. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. You may be seated, Louise, as well. I would like to now invite Elder Verna McGregor from the Algonquin community of Kitigan Zibi Anishinaabe to offer a blessing. Elder McGregor. Do you want to go on the stage, actually? Thank you so much.
Kwekakina, bonjour tout le monde, toutes à tous. Hello, everybody. I'm very honored to be here today, especially at the special occasion for our excellencies and Prime Minister Carney and members of the Senate. And all honored guests here, I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands. Again, I always say this place is so special for us too, as Algonquin, Omamaninawa, because it was our meeting place as well, because we're known for the birch bark canoe. But I want to speak today about what an honor it's been to have Her Excellency Mary Simon and Whit Fraser at Rideau Hall, because I was thinking about that really quickly because I sit with the elders in the lodge throughout the years, but one of the stories came up was one of our ancestors, Antoine Shawapanesi. And so he was moved off the land here up to the Madawaska, but prior to leaving, he nailed a petition in front of Rideau Hall and went up to the Madawaska. And I was thinking about that with the work that what was done in the term. And I was looking last Friday at the artwork in Rideau Hall. And I said, I think the ancestors would be happy because there's a representation of Indigenous people through artwork, and that's reconciliation. So, and like the canoe, we're all on a journey here, and we're all given assignments and challenges. And so I honor everybody today, and I say, miigwech, onjene gashkitochima and dose koshe nongo, mamweka kinapamad sajik. Mom de ge. The Gino and dog and this work on she. This is cooking up mods chicken she. Schwen Mishnon in Abigus, we do qua kakina. Chiminopomads watch, Chiminoyak, Chidamtawa, Jonshe in Abigus, we do qua kakina, we watch on kakina gagish and down on she, Mom the gate in the key, as she's kakina at a kishigon, keys to be keys, a shejanung shut, kakina, Guchin and Gino and dog and up, Shom Sinan, and Cook Wisnan. A shitchen dabno jishak. Mom de ge nish abno jishak come shit in this wagoshe. Shwen mishnon in because a shit we do kakina. Mom de ge we snajik the mag is a jik, akwas a jik kaye. We may God with jik non gom to one key watch a shit we know pamatu watch. Kache squat negwe de simen and shit kana noch kuch negwe de simen. Shwen mishnon me gwetch is thank you, say merci. En Algonquin, j'ai dit ça 4 fois, I say it 4 times, because we honor the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 stages of your life, the 4 elements that bind us together as humans, because that's the significance of the site, because we're at that confluence of the rivers coming together from the 4 directions. And that's the role also of government and leadership, is also to bring balance to the collective. And that's what the eagle feather's for too, because you're gifted to and a responsibility for the higher view, for the good of the and well-being of the collective. So miigwech, everybody, most of all, miigwech for all the work that you do. Miigwech.
Thank you, Elder McGregor. J'aimerais inviter le président de la Chambre des communes, l'honorable Francis Scarpaleggia, à prendre la parole. Mr. Speaker.
Vos Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Madame la Présidente, collègues parlementaires, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. As Speaker of the House of Commons, I wish to express, on behalf of my colleagues, our profound gratitude and appreciation to Her Excellency Mary Simon and His Excellency Whit Fraser. Your Excellencies, while we are here to mark your departure from your vice-regal role, I want to note the lifetime of service that led to this august office. Service marked by wisdom, dignity, and resolve. Aujourd'hui, Votre Excellence, nous souhaitons vous rendre hommage pour votre longue et remarquable carrière au service du Canada. Your Excellency, when you became Canada's 30th Governor General, you chose as your motto, Ayu Inata, an Inuktitut saying meaning, let us persevere. That principle has guided not only your own life of service, it has also inspired Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The saying has a distinct place in Inuit cultural traditions, and part of your legacy as Governor General was to bring that spirit of resilience and hope to all Canadians. During your tenure, our country has faced profound challenges, from geopolitical instability to climate change to the ongoing work of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Through these challenging times, you reminded Canadians from all regions and backgrounds that our identity, our sovereignty, our environment, and indeed our futures are forever intertwined. And while so many Canadians make their homes in the southern parts of the country, you reminded us of an undeniable fact of geography, We are an Arctic nation, deeply connected to the North and to the people who call it home. Long before we came to understand the urgency of climate change, you spoke with clarity and conviction about the need to protect the Arctic, its environment, and its people, linking these profound challenges to the imperative of reconciliation. Together, Your Excellencies have advanced reconciliation between Indigenous communities and non-Indigenous Canadians across the country. You have shared your deep connection to the North and reminded us of its vital place within our national identity. Vous avez travaillé aux côtés des dirigeants autochtones et des premiers ministres pour que les droits des peuples autochtones soient reconnus et inscrits dans la Constitution du Canada. Votre leadership et votre sagesse ont également contribué à faire entendre la voix des Inuits et des habitants du Nord sur la scène internationale. Your legacy will be inextricably linked to the story of reconciliation in Canada as we remember the very first National Day of Truth and Reconciliation when you said, quote, "Reconciliation requires effort every day, and this effort we must carry out for all time, for it has no end date or finish line." May we always remember these wise words, the leader who spoke them. Your Excellency, you have inspired us to learn that real leadership is based on listening, respect, and perseverance. Votre exemple et votre vie dévouée à notre beau, vaste pays et son peuple continuera d'inspirer les générations futures de Canadiennes et de Canadiens. Ayuinata. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. J'aimerais inviter la présidente du Sénat, l'honorable Raymond Gagné, à prendre la parole.
Vos Excellences, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur le Président de la Chambre des communes, Mesdames et Messieurs parlementaires, distingués invités. Au nom du Sénat du Canada et des honorables sénatrices et sénateurs, j'ai l'honneur d'exprimer toute notre gratitude envers Son Excellence Mary Simon et Son Excellence Whit Fraser. Your Excellency, over the course of your 5-year mandate, you have helped steer Canada through tumultuous times, both internationally and within our borders. Thanks to your leadership, our country is stronger and better adapted to face the changes to come. Le monde dans lequel nous vivons n'est plus celui qu'il était. Vous êtes la dernière personne au poste de gouverneur général du Canada dont la nomination a été approuvée par Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II, marquant ainsi la fin d'une époque cruciale dans l'histoire du Canada. Vous avez été à l'avant-garde d'événements historiques importants comme le couronnement de Sa Majesté le roi Charles III et sa visite au Canada en 2025, sa première en tant que roi. Nous avons eu l'honneur de recevoir le roi au Sénat du Canada où il a prononcé le discours du trône, une première pour un monarque canadien depuis 1977. Last year, it was my honor to join you in representing Canada at the funeral of His Holiness Pope Francis. You once remarked on his selfless service and dedication to others. Today, Canadians can say the same about your own remarkable leadership and profound commitment to this country and to the people in this country. As Speaker of the Senate of Canada, I would be remiss to omit one of your most important duties, that of appointing my colleagues. Over the course of your mandate, you have confirmed the appointment of almost half of the senators currently sitting. J'aimerais également souligner as you can see, there are quite a few senators in the room. J'aimerais également souligner l'importance de votre nomination pour la nation. En tant que 5e femme nommée gouverneur général et première personne autochtone à ce poste, vous vous inscrivez dans l'histoire de notre pays. In today's world, Indigenous women remain underrepresented in positions of leadership. Having a woman as Canada's head of state is and remains an act of defiance
against those who would not want to see us achieve our goals. And as an Inuk woman, your bold, impactful leadership will no doubt inspire generations of Indigenous girls. Être une personne en position de pouvoir nécessite un sens du devoir qui n'est pas donné à tous. Pour répondre à l'appel du service public, il faut être prêt à faire des sacrifices. Whether it is long hours away from home, the faraway places work takes us, or the blurring of the lines between our public and private lives, our loved ones are affected just as much as we are. Your Excellencies, we are deeply, deeply grateful to you both for your service and commitment to our great nation over the last 5 years. Madame la gouverneure générale, je tiens une fois de plus à vous offrir mes plus sincères félicitations pour votre mandat. Vous avez laissé à jamais une trace dans l'histoire du pays. Vos Excellences, le Canada est reconnaissant pour votre dévouement à notre pays. Je vous remercie. Thank you. Miigwech Kakumik.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'invite maintenant le très honorable Mark Carney, Premier ministre du Canada, à prendre la parole.
Merci beaucoup. Vos Excellences, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président, distingués collègues, distingués invités, bonjour tout le monde. It is an honor for me to help celebrate our 30th Governor General, Mary Simon, and His Excellency, Whit Fraser. Le jour de sa nomination, Mary Simon a affirmé devant les Canadiens et Canadiennes qu'elle était fermement convaincue que si nous assumons notre responsabilité commune les uns envers les autres, les jours les plus radieux du Canada sont à venir. Elle a affirmé avec conviction qu'elle était déterminée à faire tout ce qui était en son pouvoir pour bâtir et inspirer cet avenir. Au cours des années qui ont suivi et tout au long des nombreuses décennies qui ont précédé sa nomination, Mary Simon a honoré cet engagement avec sagesse et grâce. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes plus près de cet avenir grâce à sa longue histoire de contribution au service public. Merci. Today, the rights of more than 1 million Indigenous peoples are protected in Canada's Constitution, in large part because of Mary Simon's leadership in the negotiations that entrenched Aboriginal and treaty rights. Today, Indigenous peoples have a leading role in shaping northern communities because of the Arctic Council she established. And today, we are walking the road of reconciliation, a long road of reconciliation. A renewed relationship between Indigenous peoples and the Crown is taking shape because of Mary Simon's efforts to bring together His Majesty King Charles and national Indigenous leaders in a historic meeting. True to those decades of service, true to herself, true to her character, Mary Simon's service will not end with the last boxes leaving Rideau Hall. In part, it will live on through Ahu Winata, the Mary Simon Catalyst for Mental Wellness, a new initiative to expand mental health care to communities across the North. And our government is committing an initial $5 million of investment to launch this project and matching every dollar up to $10 million that the Rito Hall Foundation invests.
That's good. That's good.
Your Excellency, your legacy will be long, it will be deep, and it will endure not only in your accomplishments and your service, but also in how you served, with determination, with compassion, and with grace. And of course, that legacy wouldn't have been possible without the tremendous sacrifice, support, and contributions of your loved ones. So may I thank Whit Fraser, who has also worked tirelessly to build a more just Canada with Indigenous peoples, Northerners, and all Canadians. For those of you who were there last week, Whit also flew the mission. So if I may, on behalf of all Canadians, I would like to offer our sincere gratitude to their excellencies, Mary Simon and Whit Fraser, for your extraordinary service to our country. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier Ministre. Thank you. It is with great pleasure that I now invite the Governor-General of Canada, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, to speak. J'invite la Gouverneure générale du Canada, la très honorable Mary Simon, à prendre la parole.
Monsieur le Prime Ministre, Speakers of the Senate and the House of Commons, Senator et Député, thank you so much for this very touching tribute for the work that Whit and I have done over the past 5 years. So over the past 5 years, we have stood with Canadians through pivotal moments, from the COVID-19 pandemic to periods of transformation in Canadian public life and around the world. Par moments, il est difficile de mesurer toute la portée des 5 dernières années. We witnessed the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and a historic moment in our constitutional life, the coronation of His Majesty King Charles III. I was proud to help organize on this occasion the first audience between His Majesty, the King, and the national Indigenous leaders. We also marked the arrival of a new Prime Minister and a new Chief of the Defense Staff, as well as the inauguration of a new President of the United States. One might say, history has been keeping us gainfully employed. Throughout these changes, I have remained confident in the strength of our democracy, our institutions, and our sovereignty. That strength rests in no small part on you, senators and members of the Parliament. Votre travail est essentiel. Thank you for upholding integrity, inclusion, and equity within the institutions that underpin Canada's democracy. Amalu ilagyaga mamilunga Inuit, ukirtatumut ikayoksimajularit, Canada sivuma palianinganik. Whenever I represented Canada abroad or welcomed foreign dignitaries here at home, I did so with a deep sense of pride in these enduring values, values that define Canada and set an example to the world. Il y a un autre valeur canadienne que j'ai voulu représenter, l'ouverture à la diversité. As Governor General, I have sought to be a bridge builder for all Canadians. That is the true spirit of reconciliation. I have worked to foster meaningful connections between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples with His Majesty the King, with Pope Francis, and now Pope Leo, with all of us. Because even in moments of uncertainty, Canada's strength lies not only in its institutions, but in its peoples, in the bonds we forge, and in our shared commitment to moving forward together. Merci pour votre dévouement envers les Canadiens et les Canadiens. It has been the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside you and to serve Canada as your Governor General. Thank you very much. Merci. Nakopmek.
Thank you, Excellency. Merci. Before beginning the reception, the pages will lead us in the singing of the royal anthem. I would ask everyone to please rise. Thank you.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Que règne glorieux, long et victorieux, grandeur son peuple heureux. God save the King.
This concludes the formal portion of the ceremony. Their Excellencies will now join you for the reception. Leurs Excellences vont maintenant se joindre à vous pour la réception. Merci et bonne journée.
I think program ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੈ ਆਟਵਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਕਿ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨੈਚੁਰਲ ਰਿਸੋਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਟੌਮ ਹੌਡਸਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ which is very important ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 15 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ which is very important as well ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਪਡੇਟ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਤੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਨੋਵੇਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖੋਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਬਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵਿਕਟੋਰੀਆ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ Let me just share that with you. माफ करना एक second. I think there is some issue. One sec.
Specifically, this Esquimalt First Nation, Songhees, Beecher Bay, and the Saanich peoples represented by the Sartlip, excuse me, Paquachin, Sayut, Saycum, and Malahat nations. I'm so thankful to the First Nations who have taken care of this land since time immemorial. Across the country, our government is working to strengthen Canada's forestry sector so that communities like those here on the island where Tim grew up can count on stable jobs, sustainable growth, and a more resilient economy. Today's announcement is about transforming the sector to ensure resilience at a time where it is needed most. So without further ado, let's get to the matter at hand. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Tim Hodgson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. He's been working to strengthen our forestry sector and is focused on building a stronger Canada for all.
ਸੋ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਟੈਰਿਫ ਤੋਂ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਆਟੋ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਪਈ
Thank you for the introduction. Bonjour tout le monde. Hello everyone. Thank you Stephanie for the introduction and the welcome to the island. It's a pleasure to be here in Langford today. I'm very happy to be joined by Stephanie, who is, as she said, a terrific MP from Vancouver Island, as well as my parliamentary secretary, Corey Hogan, with me. Corey has been doing an incredible job in helping me with this file. It's also terrific to have so many provincial and territorial colleagues with me, including Minister Bushy from Manitoba, Minister McDonald from the Northwest Territories, Minister Harris and Associate Minister Holland from Ontario, Minister Lowen from Alberta, Minister Compton from PEI, and our host in this beautiful province, Minister Parmar. Thank you for hosting us here today. Further, it's great to see so many friendly faces from our forest products industry in British Columbia joining us here this morning. And I look forward to our discussions with them later today. Before I start, I want to acknowledge communities that are currently facing challenges due to wildfires, especially here in BC and in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and the Northwest Territories. Our government stands ready to support your provincial and territorial governments in keeping your families and communities safe. Many of you also know this, but as Stephanie said, I spent my early teen years living in a small forest products town right here on northern Vancouver Island. That experience taught me a great deal. It taught me that being in this industry is not always easy, especially as it faces tariffs, fiber supply constraints, shifting market dynamics, and a changing climate. It taught me that the forest sector creates good jobs and helps people build their lives, support their families, and stay rooted in their communities. And it taught me just how central this industry is to the very fabric of this country. Because when the forest products sector is strong, the communities are strong. And here in BC, from coast to coast, we have strong communities. Today, Canada's forest products sector is at a turning point. To meet this moment, since August of 2025, our government has announced over $2 billion in measures designed to ensure Canada's forest products sector remains competitive and resilient. These measures include enhanced access to financing, liquidity supports, worker protections, and tools to help companies modernize and invest in their futures. However, the industry's challenges run deep. And despite federal government support, since August of 2025, more than a dozen sawmills have announced closures, affecting more than 2,000 jobs, with temporary curtailments affecting another 40 facilities and a further 1,000 jobs. These disruptions are also affecting harvesters, the pulp and paper sector, and remanufacturers across the country. There is clearly a crisis in this industry. And like the trade war, it's one that Canadians did not ask for. But it's one we must collectively win by taking action to pivot, to grow, to modernize, and diversify the forest product sector. Based on the recommendations of the Canadian Forest Sector Transformational Task Force's report, which we are releasing today, and following discussions at the Canadian Council of Forestry Ministers meetings over the next 2 days, that's exactly what we intend to do. Our government will always defend this industry, which has been a mainstay of the Canadian economy and the lifeblood of so many towns like the one I lived in on northern Vancouver Island. But rather than simply extending the sector's life support, we now must challenge and support it to transform into a modern, thriving industry that can build Canada's future and achieve sustained, independent prosperity. This work is anchored both internationally and domestically. Internationally, we're focused on diversifying our trade with new trading partners beyond the United States and growing trade where we already have a presence. Over the course of many trade missions in the past year, it's been made very clear over and over by our allies that Canada has what the world wants, and that includes our forest products. Domestically, we're focused on building resilience and catalyzing innovation. We're taking direct action to create new markets at home so that the Canadian forest product sector can benefit from Canadian customers, and Canadian customers can benefit from Canada's forestry sector. With our new federal Buy Canadian policy and the opportunity for Canadian wood to serve as a pivotal input into new affordable homes through the Build Canada Homes program, we are choosing to be our own best customer. And through the $6 billion Team Canada Strong initiative announced in the spring economic statement, we will recruit, train, and hire the workers who will build the projects Canadians are counting on, including in the forest products industry. That is up to 100,000 new jobs for Red Seal trade workers in the next 5 years. Further, today I'm pleased to announce the enhancement and creation of new programs to be delivered by the Business Development Bank and through our 7 regional development agencies. Starting immediately, BDC's softwood lumber loan program will be enhanced to improve access to financing. That includes increasing the maximum loan size from $30 million to $50 million and enhancing the terms for letters of credit offered under the program. BDC will also begin delivering 2 new programs that provide direct loans of up to $25 million to companies across the forest sector for harvesting to pulp and paper, for harvesters, for the pulp and paper sector, and for remanufacturers. These programs will help companies meet immediate pressures as we move to transform and adapt to future market conditions. The federal government is also adding $300 million in regional trade response initiatives to help ensure that small and medium-sized businesses have access to the financing they need to invest in market diversification and enhance productivity. Further, we're establishing a new $100 million regional development fund to provide targeted funding dedicated to community mobilization and economic diversification in regions significantly impacted by disruptions in the forest sector. To support the implementation of these programs, we expect Canadian financial institutions to continue working with businesses to support the sector. In addition to these measures, I'm pleased to announce the Government of Canada is investing nearly $130 million in 56 forest sector projects across the country via the Natural Resources Canada Forest Sector Transformation Programs, which we recently recapitalized with $500 million of new funding. These projects will advance new low-carbon wood technologies. They will expand the use of mass timber in construction, which is a key part of our plan to build more homes faster. They will support Indigenous participation and forest sector businesses. They will help manufacturers create higher value products for Canadian wood, and they will open doors to new export markets around the world as part of our strategy to diversify Canadian trade. Of the nearly $130 million announced today, the Forest Enhancement Society of British Columbia will receive $37 million for their project, which is developing a new approach to turn more low value and residual forest fiber into valuable end products. This money will go towards gathering, processing, and transporting material to facilities that can convert it into useful and innovative products. So instead of being burned, fiber can be used to make pulp, bioenergy, pellets, and other products, creating more value from every tree. At the same time, this past year it has been clear that in moments such as this, investments alone are not enough. Investments without strategy will not create a sector that thrives in the long term, or one that maintains jobs and diversifies beyond the cyclical nature and pain associated with unfair and unjust U.S. tariffs. Many provinces and territories who manage 88% of our forests have done great work encouraging their industries towards a longer-term transformation. But coordination has not existed previously on a Team Canada level. That's why the Government of Canada established the Canadian Forest Sector Transformational Task Force. Earlier this year, the task force brought together leaders from across the country. They listened to provinces and territories. They engaged partners. They engaged industry. They engaged workers, and they engaged Indigenous peoples. They focused on what we can control with the tools we have at our disposal to ensure a competitive, resilient, and relevant forest sector. And they delivered. Today, I'm pleased to release their report, which includes a set of recommendations for governments, federal, provincial, and territorial, on where action is most needed. The task force recommendations focused on a few critical areas. First, the provinces and territories must improve access to competitively priced wood fiber supply, the foundation of the sector's value chain. Second, the report outlines investments governments can make that would be strategic and transformative, not simply Band-Aid solutions. Third, the task force has recommended ways to expand the use of wood in construction, including mass timber, to make construction more affordable and accelerate the work being done by Build Canada Homes. Fourth, the report discusses appropriate support for workers and communities. Finally, it suggests how we can build more resilience by growing domestic and global market opportunities. We are taking this advice seriously, and now I want to move from advice to action. So this week, as I gather with my provincial and territorial colleagues, industry, and Indigenous partners at the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers meeting here in Langford, we will discuss and plan how we can work together as one united Canada to implement the task force recommendations. The provinces and territories will be crucial to this effort because they are responsible for making the decisions that affect the forest sector on the ground. Indigenous partners who form almost 10% of the sector's workforce and who have intimate knowledge of the land and forest will also bring critical perspectives to this work, ensuring it is sustainable and workable for the people who will need to lead this transformation on a daily basis. I look forward to hearing from my provincial and territorial counterparts as well as Indigenous partners, on the actions they plan to take to tackle the challenges before us. For our part at the federal government, I intend to bring forward proposals for the federal response. All these commitments will inform an action plan for the sector, which we will share publicly at the end of this week's meetings. This action plan will serve as the foundation of our upcoming national forestry strategy, which will contain concrete measures and be released by the end of 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, the reality is this: the pressures facing Canada's forestry sector are not temporary. They are structural, they are global, and they are accelerating. Responding to them will require more than incremental change. It will require coordination, urgency, and a shared commitment to building a stronger, more resilient sector for the future. Only by working together will we reduce regulatory overlap between the levels of government. Will we tie our investments to long-term certainty on wood supply? Can we create functional, sustainable funding tools and send more Canadian forest products to customers around the globe? This work will not be easy, but I think back to the younger Tim Hodgson living in the forest products community on the northern tip of this island, and how much he loved that experience. And I look forward to the next generation of young Canadians, knowing that the industry in which they grow up in will sustain them and their children. And it's clear that we have no choice but to do the hard work for those next generations of Canadians. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now or never, and together we will choose now. Thank you. Merci.
I think Ravi Parmar will bolਣਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ BC ਦੇ forest minister.
Thank you, Minister Hodgson. I know we particularly appreciated your reflections growing up on the island in a forestry community. Our next speaker is wearing two hats today. Not only is he BC's Minister of Forests, but he is also the chair of the Canadian Council of Forest Ministers meeting, which brings many of us to beautiful Langford today. Please join me in welcoming my friend and colleague here on the island, the Honourable Ravi Parmar, to say a few words.
Thanks, Sophie. Good morning. Bonjour tout le monde. It's such an honor and privilege to be here with you. I've actually got three hats on today. I'm also the very proud MLA for Langford Highlands as well.
Yes.
One of the reasons why we chose this beautiful part of the world was I get the opportunity of Minister Hodgson to get home every night, which I know is not something my colleagues share, so I hate to bring it in. A little bit jealous. Really grateful to be here on the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples this morning for this announcement and for the start of what is going to be a very important week for forestry here in British Columbia and from coast to coast to coast. It was about a year ago that I was in Chetwynd, British Columbia, and I met a guy named Bob. Bob was one of the lead workers at that facility. It's a West Fraser facility in Chetwynd that's been running on one shift for the last number of years. Bob, every morning when he arrives to work, treats all of the staff there at that facility like his children. Walks around, looks at every part of that mill, makes sure everything's okay, and he walked me through what a typical day would look like for him in terms of keeping an eye on his workers, his family. One of the most touching aspects of that tour of that mill was walking to a clock that showed how many days it had been since a worker had been injured. Bob was particularly proud of the safety record of himself, his employees, and that facility. It was at that moment, very early on in my time as British Columbia's Minister of Forests, that I truly understood how forestry is all about people and place. And I think you heard that in Minister Hodgson's comments with the deep connection that he himself has to forestry. In my first conversation with Minister Hodgson, he had shared with me his deep connection not only to forestry, but also to British Columbia and Vancouver Island, where we are here today. Today is a good news story for forestry workers, and for forestry communities, not only just here in British Columbia, but throughout Canada. As Minister Hodgson acknowledged, forestry is facing a difficult period in time, and one would argue the most difficult period in the history of our country, with unfair, unjust, two duties and tariffs by Donald Trump and the United States government, we've been working together to not only forge powerful partnerships, not only make more in British Columbia, make more in Canada, but also defend and fight like hell for forestry workers from coast to coast to coast. I want to thank Minister Hodgson. I want to thank Parliamentary Secretary Corey Hogan and the federal government for their leadership. I look forward to the conversations, and in particular want to thank the task force for their detailed work. It is not easy to be given a short timeline, but I want to thank the co-chairs in particular who are going to get an opportunity to brief my colleagues over the next couple of days on their important findings. And you certainly have, Minister Hodgson, a commitment from British Columbia to work with you to restore confidence in this important sector and once again stand up for those forestry workers and get this sector not only back on its feet, but also move it, structurally change the sector from boom and bust to stability and certainty. Once again, I want to thank all of my colleagues behind me and those that are here from provinces and territories for their leadership, for the work that they are doing to defend the interests of forestry workers. And I very much look forward to the dialogue that we're going to have over the next couple of days. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Minister Parmar. Next up, please join me in welcoming Jason Fisher, the Executive Director of the Forest Enhancement Society of BC. His dedication and leadership are helping to strengthen and restore forests across this province. Jason.
Bonjour, hello, thank you very much. I want to express my appreciation to the Government of Canada, to Minister Hodgson, to Secretary McLean, to Minister Parmar, and everyone who's making this day possible. You've already heard a little bit about the project that is being funded through NR.
I think ਇਹ almost ਹੁਣ ਖਤਮ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦੇਤੀ $130 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਾ ਰੱਖਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਸ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੋਰੈਸਟਰੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਚਲੋ ਖੈਰ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਹਾਲਾਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਖੈਰ ਵੀ ਨਾਟ ਗੋਇੰ ਟੂ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਨਾਓ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੈਲ ਬਲਾਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੈਲ ਬਲਾਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੈ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਲਾਈਵ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿਖਾਉਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੇਟ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਅਸੌਲਟ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਸੋ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਚੈੱਕ ਦੈਟ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ I think they are waiting for few more minutes. ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਣੀ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਟਸ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਹੇਟ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਹੇਟ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿਆਂ ਸੋ ਅਜੇ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਸੋ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਗੋ देयर ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸ ਦੇਣਾ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਚੀਫ ਸੁਪਰਿੰਟੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕੈਥਰੀਨ ਸਟੈਫਨਸਨ ਉਹ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਔਰ ਅਨਾਉਂਸ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ 2 ਹੇਟ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਅਸੌਲਟ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫੈਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਔਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਵੈਪਨ ਦਾ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਦਾ ਇਸਤੇਮਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੈਲ ਬਲਾਸਟਰ ਫਾਇਰ-ਆਰਮ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਬੀਨ ਗਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਨਸ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਜੈਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਜੈਲ ਬਲਾਸਟਰ ਵੈਪਨ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੈਲ ਬਲਾਸਟਰ ਗਨ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਪੇਂਟ ਬਾਲ ਵਰਗੀ ਜਾਂ ਜੈਲੀ ਵਰਗੇ ਟॉयਜ਼ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੇਸ਼ੱਕ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਜਾਨੀ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਚਾਂਸਸ ਲਗਭਗ ਅਸੰਭਵ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਅਸੰਭਵ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਕਮਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਥਿਰਕ ਕੇ ਡਿੱਗ ਜਾਏ ਕੋਈ ਘਬਰਾ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਏ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਸਕਦਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਹੇਟ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਇੱਕ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਸੁਪਰਿੰਟੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਸੁਪਰਿੰਟੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਕੈਥਰੀਨ ਸਟੈਫਨਸਨ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਡਿਟੈਕਟਿਵ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਕਿਰਨ ਬੀਸਲਾ ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ so the moment they are going to start I am going to share it with you ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਕੁਝ ਸੈਕਿੰਡਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ we are going there ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਹਜੇ ਪਿਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਸੈਟਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੋ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੀਸੈਂਟ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਹੈ ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਜੇ ਲੂਮੈਨਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਗੇ and let me take you directly rather than wasting time.
Headquarters. Today, Chief Superintendent Catherine Stevenson will be providing an update on 2 hate-motivated assault with a weapon investigations. She will be joined by Detective Sergeant Kieran Bisla of the Hate Crime Unit. Following remarks, they will take questions from the media. Chief Superintendent?
So it's live right now from Toronto Police Headquarters.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm here to provide an update on investigations into 2 suspected hate crime assaults. As a reminder of what led us here, on April 30th and again on May 7th, members of Toronto's Jewish community were allegedly targeted in a series of incidents in the Bathurst Street corridor. In the first incident, victims were visibly identifiable as Jewish, were shot from a passing vehicle using an imitation firearm. Just 1 week later, police responded to a second incident outside a synagogue, where 3 more members of the Jewish community were shot at from a vehicle. While the weapon involved was an imitation firearm, the victims did not know that at the time. They believed they were being shot at, and they experienced the fear and shock that comes with believing that someone is shooting at you. Following the second incident, investigators moved quickly, and on May 8th, arrested and charged an 18-year-old man from Vaughan. But the investigation did not stop there. Members of our counterterrorism security unit continued to follow the evidence, execute search warrants, and identify others who were allegedly involved. As a result of that work, we're here today to announce 4 additional arrests: 2 adult men, 1 male youth, 1 female youth, 2 additional suspects, 1 male and 1 female, have yet to be identified and remain outstanding. These incidents were not random. Based on the evidence gathered during the investigation, we allege that members of the Jewish community were deliberately targeted. These incidents appear to have been organized and planned with more than one individual involved in the coordination. We know the profound effect incidents like this have on the community. Beyond the individuals directly
How
involved, they create
gel
fear,
blaster gun है.
anxiety, and uncertainty for countless others who see themselves reflected in the victims. People question whether they are safe attending religious services, walking in their neighborhood, or openly expressing who they are. That is why we take these investigations so seriously. The arrests being announced today are the result of extensive work by the members of the Counterterrorism Security Unit. I want to thank those officers for their dedication and professionalism. While this matter remains before the courts, I will say this: allegations targeting violence against the community demands a thorough and determined response. We also recognize that incidents like these can be early warning signs of something more serious. When allegations, targeted, hate-motivated violence come to our attention, early intervention matters. That is why investigators work tirelessly to follow the evidence and identify everyone who is involved. The Toronto Police Service remains committed to protecting our communities and thoroughly investigating any allegation of hate-motivated criminal activity. Thank you, and I will now take your questions.
ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ hate crime ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਚਾਰਜ ਨੇ
I'm with Global News. Just a quick question. So just to confirm, for both incidents, these gel blasters were used, is that right?
No, that's correct.
And yeah, what can you tell us about, were all these suspects that were arrested involved in both of the incidents, just one of the incidents, or what did that look like?
There are 7 in total that
Wow.
some were involved in the first incident, some in the second. There was commonality between the vehicle used and some of the suspects that linked this together. I can tell you that from the 7, they were organized and planned, and some of that planning even occurred in the day before this happened.
And what about the 18-year-old that was already arrested and charged? Like, was this thought to be like the ringleader, for lack of a better word, or like how does that person fit into these other suspects?
Well, the important piece to that is that individual and the arrest and the seizure of evidence from that arrest is what led to the identification of the other accused. I will say that there's still 2 that remain unidentified, and I would say to the community that's listening here today, if you have any information about the 2 unknown suspects, please contact police.
Any indication for those suspects, like ages or genders, anything people should look out for specifically for those 2 people?
We have 1 male that's unknown and 1 female that's unknown. And maybe I'll turn it over to Detective Sergeant Kieran Bisla, who may have more in regards to the description.
Karen Bisla.
Just further to the Chief Superintendent's point, it is a male and female unknown, and we believe them to be youth. So for that reason, we will not be able to publish any photos.
Is there any connection to bigger organizations with these adults involved? And although using devices that look like play toys, possible nail guns, where does that fit into the categorization of firearm?
Very important question, because I've heard, there's a narrative within the community that this could be child play and this was not a real firearm. But I think it's really important to look at the timeline of these events of targeting the Jewish community. We had 2 synagogues that were shot at, the US consulate. We had Jewish businesses that were shot at. And then we have individuals exiting a synagogue that are struck by something. Well, immediately that person's going to believe that that's a real firearm. That is something that's real fear that sits in them, and they will live with that forever. I think whether it's a real firearm or not, we take these equally as seriously.
Is there a connection to that, just with the earlier part of the question, to bigger organizations perhaps? Or
the broader threat picture? 100%. We look at these cases not in isolation. We looked at them collectively. There's been a number of incidents targeting the Jewish community. They feed a broader threat picture. We're always looking at the evidence to see if there's linkages between these cases, and if they do surface, then they obviously will be linked together and will prosecute as such. Also looking at the continuum of how hate crime is often a precursor to terrorism. And, that is why our hate crime unit is embedded in our counterterrorism unit to make sure that these investigations can streamline easily into the terrorism space.
Colin Freeze, Globe Mail. Is an Iranian-backed terror group known as Hay driving any of the incidents you just talked about?
There's no evidence to suggest that, no.
Well, there was, though. I'm aware of a U.S. FBI agent in New York inspiring an affidavit saying they arrested a foreign terrorist associated with that group, who started that group, and he claimed that the consulate shooting and possibly synagogue shooting was something that Hay inspired, but I've never heard Canadian police give their version of events as to whether that's true.
So I can tell you I am aware of that arrest, the individual by the last name of Al-Sadi. It's been quite largely publicized in media. We are connected with our federal and international partners on that, but currently I can tell you there's no direct linkage to this case, and that we have no direct threat against the Jewish community at this time.
The consulate shootings or any of the synagogue shootings, could that be a potential foreign inspired by the foreign terrorist group we're talking about here in Al-Sadi, or is that?
As I said, we're looking at all evidence, all avenues. It's important to not have our minds closed to any potential linkages to foreign actor, and that we're well connected with our federal partners. We have a framework here in Canada that, we have an embedded TPS member with the RCMP that's looking at these cases, and we also are connected internationally with our partners down in New York.
Any other questions?
Just lastly, what additional, are you doing any additional coverage within that Bathurst community, or to consideration of these additional arrests above and beyond the presence that you see in malls and stuff like that via these vehicles?
In terms of increasing our presence, yes, there is, times where these incidents occur and we increase our uniform visibility, knowing that's a key preventative measure. We have increased our resources in that area. I can also say we're very aware of the Walk for Israel that's upcoming on June 7th, and we have a very robust plan for visible presence at that event for the safety.
I have a question just about the firearms. So was it just one for each incident or multiple? I know you were showing some photos where I think there was more than one in one of the photos. Can you tell us how many weapons were at each of these incidents here?
I'm going to just turn that question over to Detective Sergeant Bisla.
Just based on the evidence that we have right now, we believe it was one.
Okay, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody.
I think press conference ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ that's done. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ, ਇਰਾਨ, ਲੈਬਨਾਨ, ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਫਸਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੇ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਓ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਓ, ਆ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰੋ, ਰੱਖੋ, ਰਹੋ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਨੋਮਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਛੱਡੋ, ਉੱਥੇ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਆਪਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਓ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਪਰਸੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ। 20 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਘੁੰਮਦੀ ਪਈ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਫੇਥ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਟ੍ਰਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਐਨੀਮੋਸਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡੋ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਇਹ ਨਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ। ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੌਣ ਸੁਣਦਾ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਰੀਸੈਂਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਜੂਇਸ਼ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਸੀ।
That pact for immigration to Canada is clear. We welcome the peoples of the world in all their diversity, in all that splendor. We don't welcome the world's hatreds.
We don't welcome the world's hatred. ਅਸੀਂ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੈਲਕਮ
When you come to Canada, you bring your faith, your tradition, your language, your story. You leave behind your animosities.
ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਲਚਰ, ਆਪਣਾ ਫੇਥ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਿਆਓ, ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਉਹ ਐਨੀਮੋਸਿਟੀਜ਼ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣੀਆਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਮਾੜੀ ਗੱਲ। ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਓ, ਆਪਣਾ ਧਰਮ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਆਪਣੀ ਪਰੰਪਰਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਆਪਣੀ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਫੇਥ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਬਲੀਫ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਓ, ਬਟ ਲੀਵ ਬਿਹਾਈਂਡ ਯੋਰ ਐਨੀਮੋਸਿਟੀਜ਼। ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ 'ਚ ਹੋਰ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਣ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸ਼ਰੀਫ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੇ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ। ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ।
That pact for immigration to Canada is clear. We welcome the peoples of the world in all their diversity, in all that splendor. We don't welcome the world's hatreds. When you come to Canada, you bring your faith, your tradition, your language, your story. You leave behind your animosities. That
ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇੱਦਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹੇਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨੀ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੇਟ ਫੈਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰਨ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਹਿਣ, ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਸਮਝਾਉਣ ਜਾਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਦੱਸਣ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਨਾ, ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਕਸਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਂਗਲ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਰੋ, ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੱਕ ਦਿਓ ਫੱਟੇ, ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੁੱਖ ਨਾਲ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਰੀਸੈਂਟਲੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਔਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਪਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦਾ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਆਫ ਦੈਟ ਐਨੀਮੋਸਿਟੀ। ਇਸ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਹੀ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਇਸ ਨਫ਼ਰਤ ਦੀ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਂ ਇਸ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਹੇਟਰੇਡ ਫੈਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਪ ਬਹੁਤ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਅਲੱਗ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਆ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹਿਕਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਆਪ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਫਾਇਦੇ ਚੁੱਕਦੇ ਆ। ਸਾਰੇ ਫਾਇਦੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੁੱਕਦੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਦੱਸਦਾ, ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇਣਾ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸੋਚਣ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੱਸੀਏ। Give me only 1 minute, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਸਕਾਂ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦੇ ਸਕਾਂ। Give me only 1 minute. ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੋਸਟ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਾਂ। ਹੁਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਉਹਨੇ ਵਾਕਈ ਹੀ ਸੋਚਣ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਦਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਲਾਈਵ ਦਿਖਾਊਂਗਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਸਤਾਵੇਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਤੇ ਹੋਊਗੀ। ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਐਸੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਊਗੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਈਜ਼ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਨੀਮੋਸਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਔਰ ਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਵੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਡਾਈਵਰਸ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਜੋ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਚੁੱਕਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਆ ਕੇ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਾੜ ਪਾ ਦਈਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਝਗੜੇ ਕਰਾ ਦਈਏ, ਇੱਥੇ ਰੌਲਾ ਪਵਾ ਦਈਏ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਹਵਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਸਰ ਪੈਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ, ਉਹ ਆਪ ਬੜੀ ਸੁੱਖ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਗੁਜ਼ਾਰਦੇ। ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਕਈ ਕੋਨਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੇਖਣ ਨੂੰ ਆਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ UK ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਹਟੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਇਹ US ਤੋਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ। US ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ DOJ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ US ਦਾ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਓ ਜੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਿੰਕ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਨਾਓ ਵੀ ਕੈਨ ਸਟਾਰਟ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ, ਔਰ US ਦੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸ਼ੇਅਰਿੰਗ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਸਮਝਣ ਦੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈ। ਈਰਾਨੀ ਮੂਲ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਟੈਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦਾ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਟੈਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਉਹ CEO ਹੈ ਉਸ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦਾ। ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਅਰੈਸਟ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਦੋਸ਼ ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਚਾਰजेस ਲਾਏ ਗਏ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੇ US ਦਾ ਇਕਵਿਪਮੈਂਟ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਐਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ। ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਦੈਟਸ ਦਾ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ CEO ਆਫ ਈਰਾਨ tech company arrested on federal charges of supplying US equipment to Iran's nuclear and military establishment as alleged। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੋਟ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਹਦਾ ਲਾਸਟ ਨੇਮ ਘੋਮੀ ਹੈ, ਘੋਮੀ ਲਾਸਟ ਨੇਮ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਸੀ, ਕਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਆਹ ਉਹਦਾ ਘਰ ਹੈ, $35 million ਦਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਘਰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, $35 million ਇਹ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਹੈ ਇਫ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਕਰੈਕਟ। $35 million ਦਾ ਇਹ ਉਹਦਾ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਨਿਊਪੋਰਟ ਬੀਚ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਨਿਊਪੋਰਟ ਬੀਚ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ US ਦੇ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਨੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਵਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ। $35 million ਇਸ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਕੀਮਤ ਹੈ, ਨਿਊਪੋਰਟ ਬੀਚ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ। ਔਰ ਇਹ $35 million ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਡਾਲਰ ਹੈ, ਕਨਫਿਊਜ਼ ਨਾ ਹੋਈਓ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਡਾਲਰ ਹੈ। 1.40 ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮਲਟੀਪਲਾਈ ਕਰ ਲਓ 35 ਨੂੰ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਡਾਲਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਫਸੀ ਜਾਣ। $49 million ਬਣਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ, $49 million ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ। ਇਹ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਇਸੇ US ਦੇ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਜਸਟ ਐਕਸਰਪਟ ਆਫ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਸਕੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਜ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ। ਚੈੱਕ ਦਿਸ। Department of Justice, an official website of the United States Government, Office of Public Affairs, US Department of Justice। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੰਪਿਊਟਰ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਟੀਵੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਫੋਨ ਦੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਐਂਡ ਉਹਦਾ ਹੁਣ 3 ਜੂਨ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਪਬਲਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਔਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ CEO of Iran tech company arrested on federal charges of supplying US equipment to Iran's nuclear and military establishment। ਉਧਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਸਮਝੌਤੇ ਹੋਣ, ਇਹ ਹੋਏ, ਇਧਰੋਂ ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਡੂਅਲ ਸਿਟੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ US ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ, ਡੂਅਲ ਸਿਟੀਜ਼ਨ, ਦੋਨੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਾਗਰਿਕਤਾ, ਔਰ CEO ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨ ਬੇਸਡ ਟੈਕਨੋਲੋਜੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਵਾਜ਼ ਅਰੈਸਟਡ ਟੁਡੇ, ਅੱਜ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਕੰਪਲੇਂਟ ਜਿਸ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੇ ਵਾਇਲੇਟ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ US ਸੈਂਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਇਰਾਨ ਬਾਈ ਐਕਵਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਸੋਫਿਸਟੀਕੇਟਡ US origin networking, security and encryption equipment for Iranian customer, including the Iranian regime's nuclear and military establishment। ਸੋ ਇਹਨੇ US ਦੀਆਂ ਸੈਂਕਸ਼ਨ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਮਾਨ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਨੈਟਵਰਕਿੰਗ, ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਤੇ ਇਨਕ੍ਰਿਪਸ਼ਨ ਇਕੁਇਪਮੈਂਟ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਇਰਾਨੀ ਕਸਟਮਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਚਿਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕਸਟਮਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਰਾਨੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਐਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੈਲ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਐਜ਼ ਅਲੈਜਡ Ghomi enriched himself by supplying US technology to the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran and other sanctioned entities responsible for the Iran's nuclear program। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਟ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਫॉर ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਜੌਨ ਏ ਐਸਨਬਰਗ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। Ghomi is accused of aiding our declared enemies by selling US origin computer network parts to Iran and earning millions of dollars in violation of US sanction laws। ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ, ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਾਨ ਵੇਚਣਾ ਵੇਚੀ ਜਾਣਾ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਹੀ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ। ਨਾਗਰਿਕਤਾ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਨਾਗਰਿਕਤਾ ਦੋਹੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ our nation's law prohibiting doing business with one of the world's largest state sponsors of terrorism must be enforced and obeyed. We will hold him accountable by seeking an appropriate prison sentence and by seizing his assets, including $35 million Newport Beach mansion। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਵੀ ਠਹਿਰਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਸੁੱਟਾਂਗੇ, ਸਜ਼ਾ ਵੀ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਇਦਾਦ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਐਸੈਟਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਨਿਊਪੋਰਟ ਬੀਚ ਦਾ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਪੂਰਾ ਜਮਸ਼ੇਦ ਘੋਮੀ। ਜਮਸ਼ੇਦ ਘੋਮੀ 63 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ, ਨਿਊਪੋਰਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਵਿਦ ਕਨਸਪੀਰੇਸੀ ਟੂ ਵਾਇਲੇਟ ਦ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਐਨਰਜੀ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਪਾਵਰ ਐਕਟ IEEPA। ਜਮਸ਼ੇਦ ਘੋਮੀ ਆ ਪੂਰੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਨੇ? ਕਹਿੰਦੇ Ghomi identified, negotiated, purchased and arranged the shipment of large quantities of controlled US technology for his own company। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਖਰੀਦ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਸੀ, ਨੈਗੋਸ਼ੀਏਟ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਖਰੀਦਦਾ ਸੀ, ਅਰੇਂਜ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਿਪਮੈਂਟ। 2011 ਤੋਂ 2015 ਤੱਕ 4 ਸਾਲ used his own eBay and PayPal account to make more than 400 purchases of computer networking equipment, directing the goods to intermediaries in UAE। In 2023, Ghomi personally negotiated the purchase of US origin network equipment directly from the suppliers in Minnesota and Nebraska, routing it through a UAE front company and on to FPR in Iran। UAE ਦੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਹਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਤੋਂ ਖਰੀਦ ਲੈਣਾ, UAE ਦੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਦੇਣਾ, UAE ਕੰਪਨੀ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਰੀਆਊਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਰਾਨ ਭੇਜਣਾ। None of these items could be lawfully exported to Iran without a license from OFAC। ਕੋਈ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਐਕਸਪੋਰਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ। ਮੈਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜੋੜ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਪੈਸਾ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਪੈਸਾ ਭੇਜਣਾ ਫॉर ਸਰਟਨ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਾਹਰਲੀ ਧਨ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਉਹ ਭੇਜ ਵੀ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ FCRA ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਲੈਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਫਿਨਟਰੈਕ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਫਿਨਟਰੈਕ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ FCRA ਫॉर ਸ਼ੋਰ ਹੈਗਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਪੈਸਾ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ FCRA ਦਾ ਲਾਇਸੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਧਨ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕਦੀ। ਲੋਕ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਧਨ ਰਾਸ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ? ਆਈ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ। ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਲawfully ਐਕਸਪੋਰਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨੀ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ, ਸੋ ਉਹਨੇ ਰਸਤਾ ਲੱਭ ਲਿਆ, ਆਪਣੀ ਕੰਪਨੀ 'ਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮਾਲ ਖਰੀਦਿਆ, ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹ UAE ਕਰਤਾ, UAE ਤੋਂ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਫਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਈਰਾਨ, ਲੱਭ ਲਿਆ। 2014 ਤੋਂ 2018 'ਚ ਗੋਮੀ arranged the smuggling of more than 250 metric tons of networking equipment into Iran using freight forwarders and intermediaries in Dubai to disguise that Iran was the true destination. ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਭੇਜਣਾ ਦੁਬਈ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਲਾਇੰਟ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਦੁਬਈ ਤੋਂ ਭੇਜਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤਾ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਖੋਲ੍ਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣ ਦਿਓ, ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਪੈਸਾ ਬਣੇ, ਅੱਜ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਫਸੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। FPR's annual sales exceed 10 million and ran to hundreds of Iranian companies and government entities, many of which were subject to US sanctions. From 2017 to 2023, FPR supplied US origin computer networking equipment to Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, AEOI, the Iranian government agency responsible for Iran's nuclear program, including its centrifuge and uranium enrichment programs. ਇਹ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਆ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। 2011 ਤੋਂ 2024 Ghomi moved more than $15 million from Iran into his US bank account and into a construction escrow account held on his behalf. He falsely reported those funds to the IRS as a foreign inheritance ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ ਚੋਂ ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਿਛੋਕੜ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਧਨ ਰਾਸ਼ੀਆਂ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ। Ghomi's federal tax returns reported almost no income. His highest reported income in any year being $20,684. $35 million ਦੇ ਮਕਾਨ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ $20,000 ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਡ ਇਨਕਮ ਇਹਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਵੱਧੋ ਵੱਧ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ $20,684 ਦੀ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਮਕਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵੀ ਜਾਗੂਗਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਅਜੇ ਜਾਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਅਜੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਵਾਰੀ ਮੂੰਹ ਦਿਖਾਊਗਾ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਾਗੂਗਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਨਾ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਸਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦ ਸਿਟੀਜ਼ਨਸ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦ PRs, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦ ਟੂਰਿਸਟ, ਪਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮਿਸਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀਜ਼, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਆਬੋ ਹਵਾ ਨੂੰ ਖਰਾਬ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ 'ਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਾਗੇਗਾ ਉਦੋਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦੇਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਏ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ $20,000 ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਹਾਈਐਸਟ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਡ ਇਨਕਮ ਇਨ ਐਨੀ ਈਅਰ। ਫੈਡਰਲ ਟੈਕਸ ਰਿਟਰਨ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਡ ਆਲਮੋਸਟ ਨੋ ਇਨਕਮ, ਕੋਈ ਇਨਕਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ, ਔਰ ਵੱਧੋ ਵੱਧ ਜੇ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ $20,684 ਤੋਂ ਕਦੀ ਵੱਧ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ। ਤੇ ਰਹਿ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਰਿਹਾ? $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। $15 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਈਰਾਨ ਤੋਂ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਕੇ ਲਿਆਇਆ ਆਪਣੇ US ਦੇ ਬੈਂਕ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ 'ਚ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਜੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਇਨਹੈਰੀਟੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਮੇਰਾ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਸੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਨੇ ਕਲੇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ the earned income tax credit, a federal tax break from low to moderate income working individuals and families in several different tax years. Over the same period, Ghomi reported more than $1.7 million in home mortgage interest, $1.25 million in state and local real estate taxes. ਆ ਇਹਦਾ ਘਰ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਦਿਖਾਈ $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ। Look at this. ਆ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜੀ। Ghomi purchased a vacant lot in Newport Coast in March 2010 for $4.4 million. 45 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਲਾ ਲਓ, $10,000 ਹੀ ਘੱਟ ਹੈ। $45 ਲੱਖ ਦਾ ਇਹ $4.5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀ ਇਹਨੇ ਖਾਲੀ ਇਹ ਲੈਂਡ ਖਰੀਦੀ, vacant lot, and paid approximately $10 million, more than $10 million to construct the residence from 2010 to 2013. $5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀ ਲੈਂਡ ਖਰੀਦੀ ਤੇ $10.5 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਇਆ। 3 ਸਾਲ ਘਰ ਬਣਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ, 3 ਸਾਲ $15 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਈ। ਜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਤਾਂ 20 ਸਾਲ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ 'ਚ ਰਹੂਗਾ, 20 ਸਾਲ। ਆਹ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਮਸ਼ੇਦ ਘੋਮੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਲਾ ਲਓ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਪੁੱਛਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਕ ਪੱਟ ਦੇਣਾ ਕਿ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ, ਚੱਕ ਦਿਓ ਫੱਟੇ, ਇਹ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਉਹ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਆਪ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਰੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਟੌਡ ਬਲੈਂਸ਼ੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜ੍ਹੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ 1 ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਘੱਟੋ ਘੱਟ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਗਏ 20 ਮਿੰਟ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੂੰ, 1 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਸਟ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਟ US ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ ਆਫ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਨੇ ਪਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ। ਆਪਣੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ। मैं तुम दिखाना सुनांदा तो नहीं, लेकिन तुम दिखाना कि दरअसल की किया गया जड़े look at this. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Today, Jamshed Ghomi, a dual US Iranian citizen who lives in a $35 million mansion in Orange County, California, was arrested on a federal criminal complaint charging him with selling computer technology to Iranian companies and Iran's government, including technology to help. ਇਹ US ਦੇ ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਨਾਲ ਘਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਲਾਈਆਂ। ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ, ਫਸਟ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਬਿਲ ਐਸੇਲੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, the fact that the case we are announcing today was shocking. Jamshed Ghomi is accused of violating US sanctions laws by providing technological equipment to the government of Iran, including its military and nuclear power program. He did this while living and enjoying the freedoms our great country provides. मैं सिमिलर ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਾਗੇਗਾ। ਲੈਟਸ ਸੀ ਕਿਦਾਂ ਜਾਗਦਾ। Today he is under arrest and will face the full force of justice. ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਹੀ ਲੋਕ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਜਾਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ। ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਬਿਆਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਰੋਕ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ? This is something very disturbing. Very disturbing. ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹੀਏ, ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਨਾਲ ਰਹੀਏ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਏ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਬਣਨ ਚੱਲੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਛੱਡਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣੀਆਂ ਛੱਡਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਭੁੱਲਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਿਤੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਸ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਧਾਰਨ 'ਚ ਜਾਂ ਇਸ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ 'ਚ ਲੱਗੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਰਹੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਧਮਕੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਮਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੋ ਮੁਆਸ਼ਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ। ਕਿਤੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਲੱਗ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੌਲਾ ਚੱਲਦਾ, ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਲੱਗ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ, ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਮੀ ਹੂ ਇਜ਼ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦਿਸ। ਆ ਤਾਂ US ਦਾ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ ਹੈ। US ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਮਾਈਨ। ਦੇਖ ਲਓ, ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਭੱਜ ਲੋਗੇ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ? ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ? ਉਧਰੋਂ ਅਜੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਆ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ। ਜਮਸ਼ੇਦ ਘੋਸ਼ੀ ਹੈ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ? ਇਹਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਲਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਆ ਜੇ $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਵਾਲਾ। $35 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਮੈਂਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੇ ਇਨਕਮ ਟੈਕਸ ਆਪਣੀ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ, ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਈ, ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਸੋ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਅਲੱਗ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਛਿੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੋਰ ਪੈਸਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏ, ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਗਵਾਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਯੂਐਸ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣਾ, ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਟਾਕ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਦੈਟ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ। ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਅਜੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਮੈਂਬਰਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ऑफिशियल डिबेट जो शुरू होंगी है, आई विल टेक यू ओवर देयर, बट उन्नी देर तक जो ग्रीन पार्टी के लीडर ने एलिजाबैथ मे, उन्होंने वालों पार्लीमेंट हिल के उत्ते कुछ जानकारी जी दी गई है ग्रीन पार्टी के लीडर वालों। आई कैन टेक यू देयर, और नहीं इंटरस्टिंग, तो मैं एक इंटरस्टिंग होर जी जानकारी देना विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। यूक्रेन के प्रेजिडेंट ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਕੀਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੀ ਰਾਜਧਾਨੀ ਹੈ ਕੀਵ, ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕੀਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨੇਟੋ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਨੇਟੋ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਮਾਰਕ ਰੂਟੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਧਰ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਕਰੇਨੀਅਨ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਕੱਲ ਹਮਲੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ so that I should post it. ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਕਰੇਨੀ ਮੂਲ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਸੋ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਦੈਟ ਜਸਟ ਫॉर ਫਿਊ, ਥੋੜੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਵਿਦਿਨ ਫਿਊ ਮਿੰਟਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ। ਇਟਸ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣ ਲੱਗਾ। ਨੇਟੋ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਮਾਰਕ ਰੂਟੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਯੂਕਰੇਨ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਫॉर ਯੂ। ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਕੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੈਟੋ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ? ਇਹ ਦੋਹੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ।
Overnight to Mark Rutte, the statement of the President of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. And I
Very strong
wish
statement.
everyone strong health. Mark, dear friend, I'm glad that today you are in Ukraine, with Ukraine. Dear teams, dear journalists, today we held a very important meeting for Ukraine, meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council. This is a special format of our cooperation. This was a first meeting in such format in Kyiv. This is truly historic, and it's important that this format helps focus our partners' attention on the key security priorities. First and foremost, air defense. What is needed most of all, protection against Russian missiles. We now have more opportunities to defend ourselves against cruise missiles, as the corresponding interceptor missiles are simply more available around the world, and it would help greatly if our partners focused particularly on protection against ballistic missiles. We've spoken a lot about it today. Ballistic missiles, which Russia has begun using more frequently and which are objectively much more difficult to shoot down. Ballistic missiles are Russia's last argument in this war against Ukraine, and we must find a sufficient response to them. We have so far one and only proven tool that works, and that is American-made Patriot systems. We're finding funding in Europe and from our other partners to purchase missiles for Patriots through Pearl program, and I want to thank all our partners, and I thank you personally, Mark. Thank you for ensuring that the Pearl program exists and that it continues and that it works. There were contributions in May, there were these contributions, and there will be contributions in June as well. And it is extremely important, and there are confirmations for this. But the pace of deliveries through Pearl and the volume of those deliveries are not sufficient, and it's also a fact. Additional steps are needed, and we discussed this today with the Secretary General. And in practical terms, there are 5 key areas for further work. First, we must continue Pearl, undoubtedly, and engage with all countries that are capable of investing in this program more. In particular, today, there were decisions from several countries. 6 countries have confirmed that they will make contributions to Pearl. We thank them a lot, thank them very much. We won't name the countries, and we won't name the names of, we won't name their contributions, but this is something that we can buy from the United States of America. Today, all of the countries reaffirmed that Pearl is a priority, just as our new format, drone deals. We're working with our partners to make this format fully effective. Second, Europe must move more quickly on developing its own anti-ballistic capabilities. All of us need it, and we're already working with some countries, France, Norway, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Italy, and some other partners on building European anti-ballistic capabilities. It's a tremendously difficult project, but it's very much needed. We spoke with the previous administration of the United States, and we are speaking with the current administration regarding licenses for Patriot systems so that they can be produced in Ukraine or jointly with our NATO partners. This is a healthy way to increase our collective strength, and it aligns with President Trump's stated course that Europe should be able to do more for its own defense. We will remain focused on this effort, and I'm grateful to all partners who are helping convey this message to America, that we in Europe can produce what will help both Europe and America. our allies, and this applies to Patriot systems first and foremost. I also thank all our partners who are already working with us on joint production and are helping with funds to expand weapons production in Ukraine. Today, Ukraine directs, as of today, around $45–50 billion per year toward weapons production. We have succeeded in reaching this high level, in my view. Funding for the armed forces of Ukraine is secured. We must ensure so sufficient level of financing, both for production and for the military. And not only for today or for the coming years, but over the long term as well. This is an ambitious task and a very real, tangible security guarantee for Ukraine, for our people, and our independence. Sufficient defense funding. If anyone in Ukraine believes this comes easily or is some kind of gift from the sky, they should not be mistaken. 24/7, we're working to provide Ukraine with this unprecedented level of funding in our history. 45–50 billion a year for weapons production alone across all types of weapons, Ukrainian-made weapons. This is a lot of money. Negotiating, persuading, finding the right volume of financing. This is what we do, and our partners are helping us. And I once again thank Secretary General for this. Many things come to fruition thanks to personal contacts and mutual understanding, of course. And I'm grateful to everyone who speaks with one voice with us and helps communicate our needs to our partners, and I'm grateful to all partners who are helping us. Mark and I also discussed several ideas that could provide Ukraine with stronger long-term financial security guarantees. We will be working both at the G7 summit and at the NATO summit in Ankara, which is a very important summit, and I'm grateful to Mark for the invitation to this summit. We will be present at this summit for sure, and we will keep working to ensure that our financial guarantees have real substance behind them. Now is not yet the time to fully disclose our ideas, but ensuring Ukraine's long-term resilience, financial resilience guarantees is an obvious task. We know with which countries we must engage to deliver results. And I would like to reiterate my thanks to the representatives of NATO countries to say thank you to everybody who was present here for your presence in Ukraine today. This format and this level of representation, especially after Russia's demand that all ambassadors leave Ukraine because of some corresponding threats of attacks. We've had so many ambassadors here today. All countries represented, and this is a clear signal that Europe, the United States of America, Canada, and all our partners are united in supporting Ukraine and in compelling Russia to end its asinine aggression. Pressure must work. Sanctions against Russia, our long-range capabilities, financial support for Ukraine, our political cooperation, and the determination of our partners.
ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਆ ਕੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੌਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦਾ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਦਾ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ I'm going to take you there. Let's watch this.
The group of 20 nations are all faced with the same tariffs, wars, and energy prices. Yet 19 of the G20 countries are not in recession. One country is in recession. Will the leader of the only G20 country in recession please stand up?
That is not a question, it's a request. We'll go on to the next question.
Oh, wow. Pum 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 pum.
Mr. Speaker,
Please stand up. Please stand up.
Canada's had 2 consecutive quarters of shrinking GDP, the only country in the G20 that can say that. We've lost 112,000 jobs in the first 3 months of this year. And that has left our country with a quarter of its people in food insecurity. Will the Prime Minister tell us whether we are in a recession or a technical recession?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first may I wish the Leader of the Opposition a very happy birthday. Secondly,
Happy birthday, Pierre Poilievre.
I'll even give him his question back, Mr. Speaker. Petit cadeau à vous.
A little gift for you.
What this government is doing is putting in place the foundations of an economy that will be stronger, more resilient, more independent. We are seeing, in the face of U.S. tariffs, in the face of global uncertainty, in the face of higher energy prices, we are seeing business investment accelerating. We are seeing wages growing twice the rate in the United States. We are seeing this country put in place the conditions for sustained prosperity.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate his birthday wishes. I am 47, but that's 50 with inflation. But what I really want as a Christmas gift from a birthday gift from this Prime Minister is someone who will actually answer the question. And Canadians deserve answer, not misinformation. We've had 2 consecutive declining quarters of GDP growth. We are the only country in the G7 that can say that, the only country in the G7 that has seen the economy shrink in 3 of the last 4 quarters, the only country whose GDP is smaller than it was a year ago when the Prime Minister took office. So, will he tell us, are we in a recession or a technical recession? Which is it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's very painful on someone's birthday when you give them a present and they give it back to you. Mr. Speaker, I'll do a little research for the Leader of the Opposition. If you'd like to ask the C.D. Howe Institute, they know the answer to that question. If they'd like to ask the OECD, which today predicts that Canada will have the 2nd strongest economy in the G7 this year and next. That is the answer, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It's the only promise that he made during the elections. And it's the same thing he said a few days ago. But after he said that, we saw that Canada is the only country in the G20 that is in recession. So that means that Canadians are skipping meals. There are 112,000 Canadians who've lost their jobs. We have the 2nd worst unemployment rate in the G7. Can the Prime Minister stand up and answer a very simple question? Are we in a recession or just a technical recession? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we have to correct the official record of Parliament. I made a number of promises during the election campaign. The first was to save Canadians from the terrible policies of the Leader of the Opposition. Second, the policies that this government has put in place are allowing us to create a more resilient, more prosperous, stronger, a more sustainable economy and a more independent economy. That's what we're doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Delivered was a recession. He promised he'd have the fastest growing economy in the G7. He's delivered the only recession in the G7. And while Canadians line up around the street to try and collect from the food bank, this Prime Minister spends $200,000 on in-flight meals for just 3 flights, including $4,200 on creme brulee, $593 on luxury Normandy buttercups. No wonder he's so out of touch with the people whose jobs he's killed. So can he tell us, will he ground his plane and stand up and tell us, are we in a recession?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I will tell this House is what I hear from international investors and businesses when we travel. What I heard in New York is that Canada is the most attractive destination for foreign infrastructure investment. What I hear from major global investors who want to invest more than $100 billion in this country, what we are already seeing, which is foreign investment that's running in this country at twice the rate of any other G7.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the multinational corporations that he is profiting are, well, very pleased with the way things are going. As for the Canadian people who are living under his recession, it's another story. They don't have $200,000 meals on 3 private flights, Mr. Speaker. They don't have tax havens so that they can shelter from the high tax burden he imposes on everyone else. He can't even bring himself to utter the word recession, even though the textbook definition tells us that he's the only prime minister, the only leader in the G20 who's created one. So will he stand in the House and answer the question, are we in a recession or a technical recession?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are in an economy that is fundamentally being transformed by a government that has a plan, to create a stronger, more independent, more resilient economy, a sustainable economy, an economy that moves from reliance to resilience. And Mr. Speaker, we are already seeing business investment, Canadian business investment up 10% in machinery and equipment. We are seeing our non-U.S. exports up on course to double. We are seeing the strongest inbound investment in
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, another betrayal of Quebec culture. On day 2 of CUSMA negotiations, the government is already asking the CRTC to abandon the 15% increase in royalties required of major online streaming platforms like Netflix, Disney Plus, and Prime. After abandoning the digital services tax, Ottawa is once again sacrificing funding for cultural creation by allowing digital giants to avoid paying their fair share. We're talking about $3.4 billion. Does the Prime Minister know that he's supposed to defend our culture and not barter it away? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is starting by defending everyday Canadians. We are focused on affordability. This is a decision focused on affordability for families in Quebec and families across Canada. At the same time, we are investing $600 million more in Canadian culture and in Quebec culture. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had already abandoned the digital services tax with no concession from Washington, not a single thing. In doing so, he deprived the cultural sector of $1.4 billion a year. Today, he's asking the CRTC to back down on the 15% that would have been taxed on major online streaming platforms. So that's $2 billion that would come from the United States. He's depriving the cultural sector of billions of dollars, which he claims he can compensate with $600 million taken from taxpayers' pockets. How can the Prime Minister justify that everyone is losing except for the American web giants? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have news for the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Who pays for that tax on streamers? Well, everyday people with increased streaming costs. That's the truth. So we have chosen that we are going to focus on affordability to make sure that the cultural sector is supported and to focus on affordability for everyone. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. He is letting $3.4 billion a year from the United States go away, and he's taking $600 million out of taxpayers' pockets. By asking the CRTC to cancel the 15%, the Prime Minister is doing worse than capitulating. He's validating the Americans' claim that Quebec's culture and the French language are a barrier to trade. And by replacing those royalties with public funds, he's validating the Conservatives' criticism by making taxpayers foot the bill for the web giants. The Prime Minister says, I am weak in doing this? Is he going to reverse this cowardly decision? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is investing in Canadian culture, in Francophone culture, in Quebec culture. They are pillars of our identity. We have more than made whole the cultural sector with the decision taken today. And in the budget that the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly was against, we have invested $750 million in the cultural sector.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My question for the Prime Minister is about the human cost of Canada being the only G20 country in the recession. Zara from Toronto lost her administrative job at a real estate business. She can't find a new job and now has to sleep on a friend's couch. What's the Prime Minister going to tell her if he cares enough to stand up and answer? Is he going to tell her that she's just technically homeless and technically jobless?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish the Chief of the Opposition, Leader of the Opposition, a happy birthday. I hope his day improves. The government is focused on building a stronger economy. We recognize the scale of the challenges that this country is facing from abroad. We are focused on that administrator. We are focused on farmers in Battle River Crowfoot. We are focused on a future that is stronger, durable, more independent, more resilient, more sustainable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is not a joke. This is a woman's life. This Prime Minister gave us the only recession in the G20, and he stands up and starts joking about her state of affairs. She's sleeping on someone's couch, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister stop being so flippant about the suffering that he's caused in the lives of Canadians and tell Zara, is her homelessness and joblessness just a technicality?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And you know what's not a joke? When you lose your job and there's nothing there to catch you. And yet if these Conservative members had their way, that's exactly what would have been facing Zara. In fact, they voted against the very measures that we put into place to protect people like Zara.
We really can't hear now. So not from the top, but the minister may continue, but let's have a little more quiet so we can hear what the minister has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find a joke is that when this government steps up, not only to lay the foundation of prosperity for the future, but to protect people like Zara by putting into place things like modernized employment insurance, which they routinely laugh about, they vote against those measures, Mr. Speaker, time and
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the question is for the Prime Minister about the real human cost of Canada being the only country in the G7 and in the G20 that is in a recession. Brad from Ontario wrote me to say that his family hung on during the Trudeau years, but since this Liberal Prime Minister has taken over, he's now at risk of losing everything. He sold the home and had to get rid of all of the savings he accumulated for his retirement. Will the Prime Minister have the decency to stand up, look Brad in the eye, and tell Brad, are we in a technical recession or a real recession?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I speak to a lot of people like Brad in my own riding of Gatineau, and what they ask me is why such apparent glee on the part of the Leader of the Opposition and his troops when they march in here. Canada faces some economic headwinds from an unprovoked trade war. Blame Canada. Canada faces economic headwinds from a war in the Middle East. blame Canada. People cannot help but notice the leader of the opposition and his entire bench walk in here with glee when Canada faces
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when there's only one country in the G20 that faces a recession, while all the other countries face the same wars and tariffs, then we know that it's appropriate to blame this Liberal government. I can assure you. He talks about glee. Jacqueline has no glee. She actually had to put her dog down because she can't afford the veterinary bills along with the inflation in her food, her rent, and her gas. The Prime Minister actually cares about Jacqueline. Will he stand up and answer the question, are we in a recession or a technical recession? Which is it?
The Honourable Minister. Colleagues, please. An instant, please. Just a moment, please. I still haven't given the Minister the green light. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians don't need at this time is these slogans, is these clips, is this empty rhetoric on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Jacqueline knows, and she should know, that every step of the way, the leader of the opposition has voted against every affordability measure on this House, Mr. Speaker. Jacqueline knows that, and we know it, and Canadians know it, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to affordability, we're going to stand with families, we're going to stand with workers, we're going to support our industry, we're going to build Canada strong together.
Colleagues, it's too loud on the it's too loud in the House. I won't point any fingers, but it's too loud.
There you go.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister, and if he actually cared about the people who wrote these letters, he'd stand up and answer the questions himself, instead of having a member get up and condemn slogans and then list 5 of them in a row. Here's another letter, Mr. Speaker, from Thomas in Sarnia. He runs a painting business, but is now stuck in a bind. The cost of his paints are too high to keep his prices low, and if his prices are too high, nobody can afford to hire him. He's worried he's going to lose his business. This is the human cost of being the only country in the G20 that's in a recession. Will the Prime Minister tell Thomas, is this just a technical recession? Is he technically on the verge of bankruptcy?
Colleagues, James, Larry, come on, guys, come on. The Honourable Minister of Housing, the Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we recognize the critical investments that we are making in the economy of Canada right now to help these same people that the opposition mentions. We yesterday announced investments in Quebec in infrastructure, $2.5 billion in community centers, infrastructure to build more housing, to scale up our affordable housing across the country. $1 billion that's invested to upgrade our hospitals and emergency rooms. Over $6 billion to invest in public transit, help people get around affordably, and to create the jobs that make this country prosperous. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is the same pattern with this Prime Minister every time. He gets a fancy title, he turns it into an absolute disaster. A tiny group of insiders get fabulously rich, making everyone else poor. And when comes time to be accountable, he goes into hiding, not even able to respond to Canadians who wrote letters about their economic desperation, with Canada being the only G20 country in recession. Nathan from Ontario lost his job and isn't sure how he's going to cover expenses for his type 1 diabetes, as severance money is now running out. Will the Prime Minister have the decency and the courage to look Nathan in the eye and tell him...
The Honourable Minister of Women and Gender Equality, Tourism and Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are facing impacts of change, global uncertainty, and driven by U.S. tariffs, Mr. Speaker. And that is why our government has a clear plan. We're diversifying trade, creating good jobs in this country, building faster, investing in workers while making life more affordable. And that plan is working, Mr. Speaker. Canada is projected to have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We're going to take care of Canadians. And in fact, when it comes to affordability, an average family of 4 will save up to $20,000 this year, and that will help them with the average cost that they're experiencing each and every day. We're going to protect Canadians while building Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're now almost a week after Stats Canada reported that Canada had the only recession in the G20. The Prime Minister has been in hiding ever since. He has the worst attendance record in question period. While Canadians are losing their jobs, he won't even show up to do his job. I ask questions on behalf of Zara, Jacqueline, Brad, Kevin, Nathan, and countless others who don't know how they're going to pay their bills. Will you stand up for once, own up for once, and tell us, are we in a technical recession or a real recession? Which is it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't take that leader.
Just a second. We're going to start over. The member's going to start over. Okay, let's give it another shot. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't take that party serious at all. You got the former failed leader doing bizarre social media videos, screaming at fences. You got the current failed leader doing empty parking lot press conferences with no substance, gimmicks, props, and slogans. On this side of the House, we are investing in major projects, housing, and trade diversification. Mr. Speaker, they're not serious about the economy. Canadians see it. Canadians know it. Canadians made a choice to stand behind a world-class statesman, a world-class business and economic leader who's going to build our country.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Mr. Speaker, Amnesty International has denounced the inhumane housing crisis faced in particular by the Atikamekw Nation of Manawan. In Manawan, up to 23 people might be found living crammed into housing that's often unsanitary. These conditions contribute to the development of respiratory diseases. They hinder children's development, their academic success, and even prevent them from meeting their basic needs. It exacerbates domestic violence. These are unacceptable living conditions that would never be tolerated anywhere else. Why does the government still tolerate the underfunding of Indigenous housing that plunges communities into these conditions?
The Honourable Minister for l'Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to hear for the first time a question on a very, very important file. We know that housing is something that's very, very important in Indigenous communities. That's why I am proud to work with my colleague, and we're going to launch the program to build Canada strong, to build homes, and to build homes in Indigenous communities with them to meet their specific needs. I'm proud to do that work with them, and we will continue to work forward in that way. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawa-Wachigamak-Nitassinan. Mr. Speaker, the Indigenous housing crisis has been denounced for decades by every community. It's not just a housing issue, it's a question of human rights, education, health, and safety, and dignity. For 5 years now, the federal government has taken on the obligation on international law to resolve this crisis. The Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador has already calculated that there's a shortage of 10,000 housing units in Quebec alone, not to mention the 8,000 that need to be renovated and the 4,000 that need to be decontaminated. The federal government had promised that this would be fixed by 2030. When will they work with communities to develop a predictable and achievable plan? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, there was underinvestment and discrimination in this file. I am proud to work with this government, the only government that's decided to take a position to add and increase homes under this file to meet the needs of Indigenous nations in Quebec and across the country. I'm proud to do this work. I am very happy to know that in the urban, rural, and northern building program. We're doing this work together, not just with First Nations, but with those who are living in urban areas as well. It's very important to do that work.
The government's excuses for the Liberal recession kept changing. First, they said it was world factors. Then we pointed out that none of the other G20 countries are in recession. Mexico, which shares a border with the U.S. and is fully integrated with the U.S. economy, is not in a recession. Only this country under this Liberal prime minister is in recession. So his explanation yesterday was we see some weakness in part because of clear decisions by the government. That's at least fair. He claims that we're not bringing enough immigration. If that's the case, Mr. Speaker, why is it that Canada has the lowest per capita GDP growth of any G7 country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Energy. Mr. Speaker.
Or something the Leader of the Opposition conveniently forget and doesn't forget, depending how it serves him. That's why today, with the lumber tariff remain unjustified and unfair to workers, businesses, and communities, we've actually announced enhanced BDC loans, 2 new direct lending facilities, $400 million through regional development agencies, and billions of dollars to support our forestry projects across Canada. We're going to continue to work with province and territory.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister cannot even get up and defend his economic record. It is so bad. Instead, he has one of his backbenchers explain that they're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on new bureaucracies that they've set up. That's exactly why the economy's in recession, because he's continued on with the same Liberal policies of the last 10 years, the same anti-development laws, the same expansion of the bureaucracy, the same corporate welfare, 12 new government agencies, and Canadians paying the bill with higher and higher prices. The question again, though, we all know that Canada is the only G20 country in recession. Can he explain why Canada has the lowest per capita GDP growth in the G7?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Don't want theatrics. That Conservative leader knows full well that we are in a trade war. That is creating real headwinds for the Canadian economy. But Mr. Speaker, we have a plan and we are confident in that plan. Mr. Speaker, one key pillar of that plan is building infrastructure. Major projects in the national interest, community infrastructure like roads and bridges and hospitals right across this country with Canadian steel. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we made a historic investment in the skilled trades. That's how you build a Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister really believed any of that, he'd get up and say it himself. But instead, he states a few falsehoods, and then he goes into hiding, and he can't defend his own position. Said he's spreading false information when he says investment is up. Let me quote Statistics Canada, just verbatim, from their own government stats agency. Business capital investment fell 0.7% in the first quarter of 2026, the 5th consecutive quarterly decline. Does this meet the master economist's definition of a technical recession? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, what Canadians are hearing here is not the sound of fury, it's the sound of nothing. He has no plan, no fiscal plan, no economic plan, no industrial plan, no defense and security plan, no supports.
Where is the attempt?
Track record of spending $9 million in his personal office in 2024.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question was for the Prime Minister, but he continues to be unable to defend his own economic track record. This was supposed to be his great strength. But once again, we see the same thing every time he goes anywhere. He gets a fancy title, a tiny group of people get very rich, making everybody else poor. There's a small group who get handouts and favors, whether for space pads or for $200,000 of meals in private jets, while the Canadian people end up paying the price with the only recession in the G20. Will he stand up today and tell us, are we in a technical recession or a real recession? Which is
the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicolau. The honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the House today, there's a lot of rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, coming from the other side. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, you know what? I've been traveling across the country talking to farmers. Nobody over there has been talking to farmers, Mr. Speaker. Nobody over there has been talking to farmers.
बाबा रौला पै गया है ना प्राइम मिनिस्टर बहुत देर बाद आए हैं तो
The honourable, okay, colleagues, we got to get through this. We have to get through this. We have to get through this. We've got to get through it. We've got to get through it. No, not from the top. Not from the top. Though I'm tempted. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, you know, every time I get my feet in this house and talk about farmers, it's a good day, Mr. Speaker. It's a good day. And if that's what it takes to get a reaction over there about how important farming is in this country, then that's what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. And I'll do it every time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Centre. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister, and this is supposed to be his great strength. Remember, we were told he was a master economist. Well, I guess he must have some sort of unique ability to be the only leader in the G7 to find a way to negotiate his economy into a recession. Every other one of the 19 countries have avoided a recession. Mexico, neighbors with the United States as well, has avoided a recession. And it is because of the liberal policies that he continues to implement and even accelerate that we find ourselves in this place. But the problem is the Prime Minister can't get us out of a recession if he can't first admit that we are in one. So will he stand today and tell us, are we in a recession?
The media च खबरां लगियां. It was in the media कैसी technical recession च.
Mr. Speaker, I want to share with everyone in the House and all Canadians listening some good news. Almost $1 billion for small craft harbors. What this means for Canada's rural, coastal, Indigenous communities is the place.
The House of Commons है. जिसे इतना shouting हो रही है, booing हो रही है.
Okay, colleagues. Let's hear the answer. The Honourable Minister of the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans may continue for now. Who knows? We may have to stop again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So these small craft harbors are the core of our rural, coastal, Indigenous communities. That support is generational. I also am working with my colleagues across the country to ensure that the fish funds, another critical source of support for harvesters in this country, that funding is out shortly.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker.
Third day, which we also mark during National Disability Week. Cette semaine, nous soulignons.
This week, we highlight the contributions of people with disabilities and the need to promote an obstacle-free Canada. We want to build a strong Canada that is accessible.
Disability benefit and the Disability Inclusion Action Plan are building a more accessible and inclusive society for all. Can the Minister of Jobs and Families highlight how the Spring Economic Update is helping to build a barrier-free Canada?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inclusivity is not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. Because when people have a chance to thrive, our entire country grows. I thank my colleague for his question, and in our economic update, we announced 43 disabilities that will be eligible for a streamlined disability tax credit application. We've also expanded the list of practitioners who can certify people for the credit. The Disability and Inclusion Action Plan and the Canada Accessibility Act will continue to guide our government's work towards a barrier-free Canada by 2040. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question is for the Prime Minister. Obviously, American tariffs on Canada are wrong, but so is forced labor. And this Liberal government refuses to crack down on forced labor products coming into our supply chain from the Xinjiang province in China. For example, in 2024 alone, the Americans blocked 6,947 shipments of products originating in the Xinjiang province in order to stop forced labor. Here, this Liberal government only stopped 2 shipments in 5 years. Will the government ban all products coming from the Xinjiang province and end slavery once and for all?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the most rigorous forced labor laws in the world, and we condemn forced labor everywhere it exists, including in my meeting last Friday with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. Every good that enters this country is subject to rigorous import controls and screening. We allocated $600 million in last year's budget to address forced labor, Mr. Speaker, and we prioritize the inclusion of comprehensive labor provisions in free trade agreements to promote international labor standards. We stand with workers everywhere.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
$600 million? They announced $600 million to stop 2 shipments, and they stand with workers everywhere in the world. Are you kidding, Mr. Speaker? They're undermining Canadian wages by having multinationals take away Canadian jobs and give them to regimes that use forced labor and slavery. And now Canadian workers are facing potential tariff threats, which will compound the cost to Canada. This Prime Minister has never condemned the genocide and slavery in the Xinjiang province because of his corporate interests. Will he stand up today and say that he's condemning that kind of forced labor in Xinjiang?
The Honourable, wait. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs on a very important question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to underline that Canada will always protect the rights of workers within and outside this country. The $600 million allocated in last year's budget is on top of a number of measures that we have taken in our negotiations, in our free trade agreements with other countries around the world, a point I emphasized last Friday when I spoke with China's Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that our economy at the same time has grown by more than 17% in terms of our exports.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister. I asked if he would stand in this House and condemn the forced labor practices by the regime in Beijing carried out on people in the Xinjiang province. And I know that this is a tough issue for him because his company is seeking to expand its business. His company in China, and his company took a $200 million loan from a Chinese state-backed bank. So he does not want to compromise those interests. Will he put people before profits and stand up today and condemn forced labor in the Xinjiang province? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs on the front lines of our relationship with China and countries around the world. We wholeheartedly and emphatically condemned forced labor wherever it occurs. In addition, in our free trade negotiations with countries around the world, we underline and ensure that we are condemning forced labor. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to grow the Canadian economy strong, not only concluding 20 agreements on the economy and security and defense worldwide, but also ensuring that we're responsibly investing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister refuses to stand up and condemn the forced labor in the Xinjiang province because, of course, he does not want to jeopardize his corporate profits, in which he's continually invested, Mr. Speaker, even though that it comes at the expense of Canadian workers. Canadian workers lose out when they have to compete with forced labor, and Canadian workers lose out when there are punitive tariffs as a result. So I'll give the Prime Minister one last chance. Put people before profit. Will the Prime Minister stand up and announce that he's going to ban shipments of any goods from the Xinjiang province, which is renowned for forced labor? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, thank you very much. As the minister before me said, forced labor is absolutely unacceptable. That is why we're working always hard to ensure that we have our supply chain completely protected. That's why various departments within Government of Canada, as per the strict laws we have in place, work all the time to ensure that we stop any shipments that is a result of forced labor. In fact, Speaker, that is why in all our trade agreements, we make sure that we have stringent labor provisions to uphold international labor standards. We will continue to do so to make sure that we protect Canadian workers and workers abroad.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Clearly, Donald Trump's tariffs are unjustified and unjustifiable, but forced labor is also unjustified and unjustifiable. But this Liberal government has done nothing to protect Canadians against products built with this slavery. Under Joe Biden, they stopped 6,947 shipments of products from the Xinjiang province. This Liberal government stopped 2 of them. When will this Liberal government ban products from Xinjiang?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, forced labor is unacceptable. We need to ensure that our supply chains on the global level are free of these abusive practices. We work closely with the ministers to ensure that there is no one resorting to forced labor in the supply chain. This is why we focus as a priority on including comprehensive provisions in the free trade agreement so that we can promote international labor laws.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister. We learned, in fact, we know that Canadian workers lose out whenever we import work that is made with forced labor because it reduces wages and takes away jobs from Canadians. And now Canadians could lose even more because of these tariffs from the US that are linked to goods that are bought from those regions where they use forced labor. When will the Prime Minister finally take action to ban all products coming from Xinjiang? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, all goods entering the country are subject to import controls and to rigorous verification. The agency does everything required to intercept any of these goods that could be the result of forced labor and is accountable to Parliament for this work. We want to make sure we have high standards for all workers.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Prime Minister was asked a direct question. He refuses to stand up, and he can't even condemn forced labor and slavery because it runs counter to his corporate interests. And this is the old story with him. a small group of liberal insiders, members of the club, multinational corporations, get fabulously rich, making everyone else terribly poor. While his corporate profits have gone up and he's dodging his taxes on those profits, the Canadian people are suffering even more with the only recession in the G20. Will he stand up today and reverse those policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Because it's worth repeating that forced labor is completely unacceptable. We take all steps necessary to ensure that we keep our supply chain free from forced labor. We, in fact, put a lot of work and rigor into ensuring that in all our trade agreements, we have stringent labor standards and provisions according to international labor standards. We will continue to do that work. We will continue to enforce our laws. We will continue to make sure that our supply chain is free of forced labor so that we can protect Canadian workers and workers abroad.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, while Canadians suffer, this Prime Minister is silent. He sits back while 112,000 jobs have been lost in the first 3 months of this year alone. The second highest unemployment in the G7, the only recession in the G20, an economy that has lost investment in 5 consecutive quarters. $20 billion of net investment that has fled the country, a 32% increase in mortgage delinquencies, people who can't make their monthly payments and risk losing their homes. Will he stand up in the House of Commons and at least acknowledge that he created this recession so that he can tell us how he's going to reverse the policies so we can get out of it?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've been busy to build the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we started with Budget 2025 with generational investment in infrastructure, in housing, in productivity, in our defense, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? The numbers that just came out prove it. In a sense, we've seen record level of investment in this country, Mr. Speaker. We have seen that investment in machinery and equipment is up, Mr. Speaker. We have seen that investment in intellectual property is up, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen that government spending is down, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build the strongest economy in the G7, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Instead of standing and answering the question, this Liberal Prime Minister has his Finance Minister not just state slogan after slogan after slogan, but slogans that are exactly false. He says one of their slogans is the fastest growing economy in the G7. He has the only recession in the G7. The other slogan is more investment when Statistics Canada says business capital investment fell 0.7% in the first quarter of 2026, the 5th consecutive quarterly decline. Then he says government spending is down. He's doubled the deficit. Why is it whenever they say something is up, it's down?
The Honourable Minister. Finance.
I'm quite happy to talk about numbers with the Leader of the Opposition. In fact, the OECD came out this morning to say Canada would have the second fastest growing economy for 26 and 27, Mr. Speaker. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're focused on affordability. And the good news is on the 5th of June, Mr. Speaker, 12 million Canadians will receive support, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we know how to build a strong economy. We know how to build a resilient economy, but we know how to take care of Canadians at the time of need, Mr. Speaker. We'll build Canada strong for all.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is making historic investments to help communities build the infrastructure they need to grow, to prosper. Yesterday, we announced a major agreement with Quebec to support public transit and essential infrastructure in our communities. These investments help build stronger and better connected communities across Quebec. Can the minister explain how this agreement will translate into tangible benefits for Quebecers and their communities? The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. Yesterday, in fact, with the government of Quebec, we announced over $10 billion for infrastructure and public transit, one of the largest investments in the history of Quebec. These investments support the infrastructure needed for housing construction, healthcare infrastructure, as well as public transit. Mr. Speaker, the time has come to build.
Riding mountain.
Mr. Speaker, documents now reveal that the Liberals' $300 million prescribed IT failure processed less than 5% of prescriptions at its peak. That means after burning through $300 million, prescribed IT failed to deliver 95% of prescriptions. When Conservatives on the Health Committee tried to investigate, Liberals MPs shut off the cameras. Then they abruptly shut down meetings. Yesterday, they blocked an emergency meeting to prevent the health minister from testifying. Why are the Liberals blocking the Health Committee from investigating a $300 million prescribed IT scandal?
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder why the Conservatives are blocking the study on HIV that is constantly before the committee. They're constantly doing that. I don't think the Conservatives really seem to care about health. I've discussed the matter with you a number of times. Perhaps you could allow work to progress.
The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
The Liberals are denying Canadians transparency on the $300 million that was wasted on prescribed IT. At the Health Committee, they've turned off the cameras, shut down meetings.
ये जो लाइव कुछ देर चलेगा, but we gonna go to एक तो अपनी अजे पई है ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਸੀ ਵਲਾਦੀਮੀਰ ਜ਼ੈਲੈਂਸਕੀ ਵਾਲੀ, ਬਟ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੈਸਟਮਨੀ ਅੱਜ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਫਸਟ ਫੋਰਨ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਮਿਟਮੈਂਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਨੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਬਹਿਸ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਗਰਮਾ ਗਰਮੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਜਦੋਂ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਔਨ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਵਾਬ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਔਰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ, ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ, ਬਟ ਵੀ ਗੋਨਾ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਨਾਓ US, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਟੈਸਟਮਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਾਊਸ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੈਜਿਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਫੋਰਨ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਸ, ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ, ਔਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ US ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ।
They have the opportunity to benefit while the Cuban people are suffering. So what we're seeing here now, the one person that's benefited from this war by his purchase of stocks, him and his friends, they have made billions of dollars while the American people are suffering. You've accused, and I agree, with reference to some folks, what they're doing in Cuba and how they're making money while people suffer. That's what's taking place in the United States of America. The Trump administration and his friends are making billions of dollars while the American people suffer. And they continue to suffer.
Breaks my heart, but ranking member's time has expired. Representative McCall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you for your service. Secretary, I know you're wearing a lot of hats, a lot of responsibilities. I think you're doing an outstanding job. Let me just say, since 1979, a dark veil of terror descended upon the Middle East. And we've had it ever since. And every president since that time has said that a nuclear Iran is not acceptable. And every Congress has said that. In fact, last Congress, when I was chairman of this committee, I passed a resolution that said that a nuclear Iran was unacceptable and that the U.S. must use any means necessary to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The vast majority of Democrats voted for this. Almost all Republicans. It passed the House floor, a resolution stating that that is not acceptable. We've had a lot of talk in these Congresses and prior administrations, a lot of talk, but we haven't had a whole lot of action. Your administration, you, sir, and the president have taken action on this very dire, dangerous situation we find ourselves in with Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. I also want to applaud you for your efforts in this Western Hemisphere. A free Venezuela, a free people, possibly one day a free Cuba. And people don't realize Iran is in this hemisphere, and Russia is in this hemisphere, and China is in this hemisphere. This is all kind of tied together in a coherent foreign policy strategy that I see. So I want to give you the time, sir, to respond to that, because again, all talk and no action. But you, sir, have put this into action.
Thank you. Well, let me just, before I address that, the ranking member made accusations against the president, which I've never heard before, but number one, are completely false. Not once, just to be clear, not a single time, not even for a millisecond, has the president ever discussed his personal economics in relations to war or any public policy that he's made for that matter. And I've been in every one of his foreign policy meetings for the most part. As to your point, what we need to understand is exactly what you just said. It's not just that we say they can't have a nuclear weapon. Everyone says they can't have a nuclear weapon. The Chinese say they can't have a nuclear weapon. The Russians agree they couldn't have a nuclear weapon. But at a point, you have to do something about it. What Iran was trying to do was build a conventional shield of drones and missiles and a navy and capabilities. At some point, they would say to the world, now we're going to get a nuclear weapon, and you can't do anything about it because we have so many weapons and so many drones and so many naval vessels that the price we will inflict on you for trying to do something about it makes us untouchable, makes us immune. And the president was not going to allow them to build a conventional shield behind which they can develop their nuclear program. Today, the Iranian Navy sits at the bottom of the sea. They do not have a Navy. It no longer exists. They have no Air Force either. Their missile launchers have been significantly degraded. Their defense industrial base has suffered upwards of 80 to 90% of attrition. It will take years for them to rebuild it. Those are facts. That is the reality. That was the purpose of Epic Fury. It achieved its purpose in degrading that conventional shield. And it has brought them to the negotiation table that hopefully will lead to the point where Iran will give up its enrichment ambitions, will turn over the highly enriched uranium, will stop sponsoring terrorism around the world.
You know, and I think the goal should be the fulfillment of the Abraham Accords. We know why October 7th happened, because Israel and Saudi were getting very, very close, and in Iran's perspective, dangerously close to a normalization agreement. And what did Iran do? They lit up their proxies. They lit up their proxies to stop that from happening. I do foresee a free Iran. I do foresee a free Venezuela and a free Cuba, but you have to start somewhere. And I think we're taking the steps so that future generations will thank us for these actions.
Look, and on the point of, we would love to see a change in Iran and that they be governed by people, but that was not the goal of our mission. The goal of our mission was to take away their ability to threaten the region with an overwhelming number of missiles and drones that would basically make them immune to any sort of external pressure. And then they could break out to a nuclear weapon. That was the goal. It achieved that from a military perspective. The reality of it remains that it's not just us. The entire world says they can't have a nuclear weapon, but no one wanted to do anything about it. And I can tell you this, they are not going to have a nuclear weapons program, at least as long as President Trump is in the White House. That's been made clear to everyone in the administration from the very top down. It was the motivation behind these actions, and it's the reason why we engaged the way we did.
I want to thank you again in the last 10 seconds for your service. I would hope we could unify as a nation behind this. I would hope our allies would unify behind us on this, because they've all said it as we have said it in the past, and yet it was all talk and no action.
Representative's time has expired. Representative Keating is recognized.
Chairman, for the record, I ask unanimous consent to submit the President's financial disclosure form, which will detail those dealings that were referred to by the ranking member.
Without objection.
Secretary, thank you for being here. In conjunction with your job, you're also the National Security Advisor with access to the most sensitive intelligence secrets our countries and other countries have in the world. But before this, you had these two positions. You had a distinguished career as a member and a chair for 5 years of the Senate Intelligence Committee up to last year. And you and Senator Warner are some of the most respected and knowledgeable people at that time and voices in the entire intelligence community, earning the trust of Democrats and Republicans alike, Senator and House members, and other countries. So with all your Intelligence Committee experience, and now as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and all those years of experience, have you ever, specifically in the context of the intelligence community, heard the name Bill Pulte?
In the context of intelligence?
That's what I said.
No. No, I have
Never heard his name. Okay, thank you for answering that.
Well,
never even heard his name. Given all your years of experience and your position now, never heard the name. For the record, Bill Pulte is the person Donald Trump has chosen for the acting director of national intelligence with no experience in the intelligence field, whose misuse, widely reported, of confidential information led to the prosecution of the president's political enemies, is now the person in charge of the nation's most closely guarded intelligence when he couldn't even conduct himself appropriately as the federal housing finance director. Now, Secretary, have you ever heard of the name Ira Zahari?
Who's that?
You've never heard the name Ira Zahari?
I mean, it doesn't ring a bell off the top.
In the context of security? Well, let me tell you. Mr. Zahari pleaded guilty for breaking into the Capitol on January 6th through a broken window, wielding a metal rod as a weapon. And Donald Trump appointed him to a team at the Pentagon focused on irregular warfare and, of all things, counterterrorism. That's ironic, given that he participated in one of the most significant incidents of domestic terror in our country's history. I think it's shameful, the people that are being appointed, and I think it's also shameful, some of the people that have been fired. Now, I want to move to Iran because given your nuclear and intelligence background, which is extensive and appreciated and respected, I'm sure you're aware that Ukraine, the country at the time with the third largest nuclear arsenal, peacefully turned over their nuclear weapons in conjunction with the Budapest Memorandum and in exchange for the U.S. commitment to defend Ukraine if it ever came under threat. The U.S. gave their word to Ukraine they would defend them. And I found this amazing. In your opening remarks, as you took us all over the world, and you mentioned 15 different incidents where you have interceded. 15, the top 15. Not once did you mention Ukraine when you were prioritizing the achievement that's there. Now let me go on.
Try to stay under
Let
5
me go
minutes.
on. Oh, you tried to stay. Yeah, please.
Well, I
It's
can
not
answer
funny.
that.
It's not funny, Secretary. Now,
What's not
in
funny is
Iran
that-
now.
Well, you don't.
In
this
Iran
you
now,
can't even
I
answer
reclaim
questions
my
here.
time. I reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman.
You
He's
guys make
interrupting
these
me.
statements and no one
He
can
is
respond.
interrupting me. I'm doing it. I'm asking you to reclaim those seconds back.
No.
Now in Iran, what goes around comes around, Mr. Chairman. Now in Iran, the Trump administration issues a general license to Russia, providing billions in oil profits every month, several billion every month, fueling Putin's war machine. You didn't mention that in your opening remarks. And then this is a war of aggression of Russia attacking Ukraine, which we gave our agreement. And this is to a country that's assisting us in Iran, Ukraine, and helping a country with a war machine that are aiding Iran against us and putting our service members in jeopardy. Look, we have an opportunity as members just today to vote on the Ukraine Support Act. I hope we do it. And I am confident that we have bipartisan support. But I hope this administration would act on its own. They could do things themselves that you didn't mention, like rescind these general licenses, complete a bilateral drone agreement with Ukraine, provide direct military assistance that has access to Ukraine, implement comprehensive sanctions packages,
Representative
and condemn
time has expired.
the aggression.
Representative
And thank you,
Smith
Mr.
of
Chairman,
New Jersey
for taking
is
up
recognized.
my time and squandering it That's not how a chairman should act.
Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if you need a moment to respond to it.
Well, I also didn't mention Cuba because I literally hand wrote what I was going to say to you guys, and I told you I was going to submit the written for the record. And I think everybody understands Cuba is a priority for me. Just on the Ukraine front, I'll address it now if it's okay with your time that I could do so. I think it's well documented that we've been very involved in trying to get the two sides to the table. We've invested a lot of time in it. Unfortunately, so to this point, neither side has been willing to make concessions, particularly on the Russian side, necessary in order to bring peace about. We remain ready to play any role we can in that context of bringing a peace about, because we think the war in Ukraine, devastating war, has no military solution. It can only be solved through a diplomatic route, and it's been unfruitful. I would characterize it as the ongoing challenges. That said, let's be clear, we are not, to be fair and to be frank, we are not impartial mediators in that war. Okay, we don't provide weapons to Russia. We only provide weapons to Ukraine. We don't impose sanctions on Ukraine. We only impose sanctions on Russia. So we have clearly taken a side. We continue to sell weapons to Ukraine, by the way, through the Pearl program, unimpeded by what's happened in the Middle East or anywhere else. And look, we'd love to see that come to a negotiated settlement. As of right now, the prospects don't look great that either side is prepared to make the concessions necessary in order to reach an agreement. But we stand ready. And we've engaged and invested a tremendous amount of high-level time on that conflict over the last year. I think it's a source of frustration for the world. Hopefully this year will bring better news. I don't have any news for you on that front today, but we are ready. As I've expressed to both sides repeatedly, we're ready to step in and play whatever positive role we can to bring that devastating and escalating war to an end.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. And just let me say, Claire and Sebastian Lai and all of us are deeply grateful to you and the president for everything you tried to do to get Jimmy Lai out. Obviously, it's an ongoing concern, and I know you will continue to push for that. But I know you did everything. The ball was in Xi Jinping's court, and he unfortunately erred on the side of continued incarceration of that great human rights defender. But thank you for that. Let me say on the Iran deal, I remember sitting right here and on the floor of the House talking about how egregiously flawed the deal was 10 years ago when the Ayatollah was able to get the language dealing with ballistic missiles out of it because he said it would be stupid, his words, and then they built ballistic missiles like never before. On them never having, Iran never having a nuclear weapon, let's not forget that the agreement was in effect until October of this past year. Other nations were still a part of it, and yet they were building a capacity to create nuclear weapons and to use them. And the MAD theory does not apply to them, as we all know. Unlike Russia, Soviet Union in the past, even China, they don't want to be destroyed. With the Iranians, there's this sense of martyrdom that I think is perverse, and so they are not guided by a mutual assured destruction theory that holds both sides in check. Let me just say too on the Nigeria, thank you for what you've done there with not just CPC, but the most recent taking out of some of the worst terrorists who are slaughtering Christians, and the numbers continue. But I know you're engaging very, very aggressively there. On the DRC-Rwanda conflict, thank you for sanctioning some of the top people who are committing atrocities, and that just happened a couple of days ago, yesterday, for sure. That shows that commitment there. And on even the Armenian Azerbaijan, I've been working on Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan and Armenia for 30 years. They often called Nagorno-Karabakh the frozen conflict because nothing would ever happen. You guys stepped in, and the president stepped in and got a peace treaty. I mean, I've met with Aliyev in Baku on 2 occasions. He was totally unwilling to admit to the human rights abuses that he was engaging in, especially as it relates to Nagorno-Karabakh and the Armenians. You've come up with a solution. Thank you for that. And anything you want to speak to on the DRC or Rwanda or any of these issues, appreciate everything you're doing for this country. There's a full plate of horrible things happening, and we're so grateful you're at the helm.
पता लगता है सेनेटर कौन-कौन है, रिपब्लिकन है कि डेमोक्रेटिक है?
Oh, well, I just on DRC Rwanda, I would say, because just to elaborate on that a little further, as you know, we had an agreement signed and the compliance was not good in that regard. But to be fair, and I know that some other people disagree with this assessment, but we believe it's pretty accurate on the Rwandan side. And so we initiated some sanctions, targeted sanctions on Rwanda. They've come to the table. They've made some commitments. They are complying with the commitments, maybe not at the rate or speed that we'd like them to, but there's been some compliance on pulling back of troops. But we'll watch very closely, of course, is we don't want to see Rwandan troops change uniform into M23 uniforms and claim that they've pulled out. We got to watch that very carefully. And we also have to deal with the M23 issue there. But those are both DRC, Rwanda, and Sudan are two areas we remain very engaged in trying to find a solution to.
Representative's time has expired. Representative Castro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming in today and for your testimony. I want to start with Iran. I'm hopeful that the President and the administration are able to reach an agreement that ends the war and also reopens the Strait of Hormuz. If there's a deal subject to congressional review under INARA, I'll approach it with a fair mind, and I hope that all of us will as well. I just ask that you keep the committee briefed on the details of that agreement, and I believe that it's in America's interest that this war end, and I sincerely mean that. We are at war alongside Israel against Iran. Iran has struck Israeli nuclear facilities at Dimona, and American service members are deployed throughout the region, as you know. Congress needs to understand the full risks of the conflict, including the nuclear risks. On May 4th, I wrote to you with 29 colleagues asking for details about these risks and Israeli nuclear weapons. On June 1st, your Bureau of Legislative Affairs responded and said, quote, "We refer you to the government of Israel for your questions about Israel's capabilities." I have to say, Mr. Secretary, that's a very bizarre response. 30 of us wrote to you and to the State Department asking our government for an answer, an assessment about a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities. In your opening statement, you referred to India and Pakistan as nuclear nations. We've also spoken in different sessions, both in closed and open sessions, you know, as a U.S. Senator, former U.S. Senator, about the nuclear capabilities of other nations, Iran, China, Russia, France, the UK, both adversaries and allies. And so I wanted to ask you the question today, will you tell us, the Congress and the American people, whether Israel in fact possesses nuclear weapons?
You know that that's a question that they've never acknowledged to have a nuclear program. People can have, as you know, in open source and other reporting, suspicions about what they possess. If we're speaking frankly, I think most of the world assesses that they do, but they've never acknowledged that publicly, and as a feature of our foreign policy for a variety of reasons, we don't discuss it in that way either.
Well, I guess a few things. This is the first time, especially for an extended period, that we are at war with an ally, Israel, against Iran, and we have service members deployed. And we don't, if they in fact possess nuclear weapons, and you're right, in open source reporting that has come across, we don't know what their red lines are for using those nuclear weapons. And so I guess I'm shocked that our government wouldn't make an effort to know, to understand, and then to give our oversight body the information that we need to make decisions about the war as well.
That's a fair observation, and I would answer that if perhaps you make that request and you're open to it being answered in a different setting other than a public
Classified
letter.
setting? A classified setting?
Yes, and both classified and sensitive. And if we could, I think you would get a better response to your question if the context in which it was answered were framed differently than a public letter for a variety of reasons. If we're being mature and grown up here, I mean, foreign policy, and I know that you are, and you, from the tone of your question, it's clear that it's a serious question. These things require delicate balancing acts between different equities, but I think you can get probably a more fulsome answer if we were to be able to respond to that inquiry in a different context, if that makes sense.
Mr. Secretary, I'll certainly take you up on that, and I appreciate your answer. Thank you for that. I have another question on Lebanon. The president and you are working to end this war with Iran, and according to reporting at least, one of the main sticking points is Israel's continuing military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah, which the president has called on Israel to stop. The president confirmed last night, in fact, that he in fact told Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the war in Lebanon. My worry is that Israel's insistence on continuing this war against Hezbollah will jeopardize the president's efforts and the American government's efforts to reach an agreement with Iran. And so my question is, do you agree that Israel should stop its military campaign in Lebanon and support the president's negotiations for a peace agreement with Iran?
I'd love to answer that question. It's going to take more than the 42 seconds, and I know I've seen already that people get pretty pissed off here when their time gets eaten up. But if I can answer that question, maybe the next person will let me continue, because that's a really important question. So let me just start by saying this. Let me walk you through this. We had an agreement. Hezbollah reached out 2 weeks ago and basically said, about 10 days ago, and basically said, we will not launch missiles into Israeli territory if they stop attacking into Beirut. That was the agreement, I think 5 p.m. 2 Saturdays ago. At 6 p.m., they launched missiles. Then they came back and said, well, we made a mistake. We thought it started tomorrow, not Saturday. Then they went again and violated it again on Sunday.
But also Israel has been bombing and launching throughout. Is that
Well, there's
correct?
two separate things. Actually, Israel has not conducted massive operations in Beirut for some time. What you see them operating is in the south. And what they are, what we've always said, and it's part of the joint statement, we've always said is Israel has a right to act in its defense. So as an example.
Well, but so then why did the president have to tell Israel to stop
Time has
anything?
expired. Representative Wilson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you and recognize that we appreciate the U.S.-Israel alliance, and we appreciate very much the response that's being done against 1,100 missile attacks that have come out of Lebanon, as you've just identified correctly, and they need to know that, and how they don't know that, I don't know. But any attacks that are done by Israel are in response, not initiated. With that in mind, you are serving at a historic time with successive dictators on the run. Dictator Assad of Syria has fled to Moscow. Dictator Maduro of Venezuela is incarcerated in Manhattan. Dictator Khomeini of Iran has been eliminated, joining the 40,000 Iranians he murdered this year. As chairman myself of the Helsinki Commission for Security and Cooperation in Europe, you have achieved unprecedented unity in Latin America, supporting the liberation of Venezuela and soon Cuba. You have achieved historic unity across the Middle East of all countries, supporting American efforts, except for the Republic of Georgia, to oppose Iran and its nuclear capabilities. And in Europe, NATO and the EU are united as never before, promoting defense increases for peace through strength to indeed promote Ukraine victory over war criminal Putin. With that in mind, another region is the South Caucasus, which is critical of the opportunity for the Trump route that you've achieved with Prime Minister Pashinyan of Armenia and President Aliyev of Azerbaijan. What a great achievement that is. With that in mind, though, the pro-Iranian regime and the Chinese Communist Party supported Georgian Dream government, which is illegitimate, threatens American access. There was a rigged election in Georgia. With that in mind, they're facilitating the Islamic Revolutionary Guard and evading sanctions to Tehran. What do you believe should be done to address the rapidly expanding radicalization promoted by the Georgian Dream government in the Republic of Georgia?
Let me, if I may, I want to answer the Georgia question.
You
And
do
can I
all the
steal
above.
30 seconds of your time to finish the
Hey,
answer to
all the
Representative
above.
Castro? So on Georgia, you're right. Everything you've just outlined is our pre-existing concerns. Since that time, they have made some steps indicating to us that they want to improve their relations with the United States. We've outlined to them what that would take and what that would require. We've received some positive responses. And so our hope is that we can see a change of trajectory in the case of Georgia from where it is today. We obviously understand all the things you've just laid out as being pre-existing problems for us. They've asked us, what will it take to have a better relationship with the United States? We've responded, and hopefully we can build on that basis and perhaps change the trajectory, not just of our relationship with Georgia, but of their behavior. Is it okay if I just take 30 seconds of your time? I apologize. So on the strikes that you're referring to, here's what happens in the South. I'm just going to speak colloquially as best I can. The Israelis see Hezbollah moving around, maybe even launching a missile from the south, and they action it in defense. They go after it in the southern portion. And that's what we're seeing in many cases is these defensive strikes. What they're increasingly doing is taking more territory in the south to deny them launching space. Because understand, these rockets are being launched into northern villages and cities in Israel, and populations can't even return to their homes as a result of it. In the case of what happened the other day, the following was happening. We had indications, multiple indications, that Israel may be considering conducting anti-Hezbollah strikes inside of Beirut. And at that moment, we had reach out from the Lebanese authorities saying that Hezbollah had contacted them and said, if Israel doesn't strike Beirut, that they would stop launching missiles into Israeli territory. That's the message we got, and that's what the president pursued and said, okay, I had this outreach. If you won't do these strikes in Beirut, they'll stop launching against you in northern Israel. Unfortunately, within an hour or two of that conversation, they launched 2 waves of rockets from Hezbollah against Israel and Israeli territory. So it's an ongoing challenge. I think one of the reasons why we're engaged in these talks between Lebanon and Israel is understanding that Hezbollah is not just an enemy of Israel. Hezbollah is an enemy of Lebanon. They are an enemy of the Lebanese government. They have called for the overthrow of the Lebanese government. When Lebanon expelled the Iranian ambassador, he refused to leave. He said, I'm not leaving. You can't expel me. Hezbollah is protecting me. So Hezbollah is not just a challenge to Israel. It's a challenge to Lebanon, to the Lebanese state and the Lebanese people. And we are hopeful that we can create a paradigm in which Lebanon's government and Israel can work together to disarm Hezbollah and allow the people of Lebanon to reclaim its country. But it's complex. This has been going on since, since OJ had isotoners and those commercials. So.
And Mr. Secretary, you're correct. I was with President Aoun in Beirut last year, and that what you're doing is should address it. I do want to point out, give Syria a chance, and that's been your success, Tom Barrack, the president, by giving Syria a chance. We need to delist Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism, and I urge that to be done.
Thank you for being so generous for Representative Castro's question. Representative Titus is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I just want to talk about some of the conflicting comments that we've been hearing about the status of Iran's military. The president just made some comments on Fox News where he said Iran's military, we sort of left it alone because we think that their military is somewhat moderate. We've taken different forms of leadership out, but we've actually left their military alone. People would be surprised to hear that. Well, I'm very surprised to hear it because we've had Secretary Hegseth say repeatedly that Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You've said the Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the sea and they have no Air Force either. Well, which is it? You're the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. If you can't tell us if the military's decimated or not, is it at the bottom of the sea? Was it left alone? This is a major point I think Congress needs clarity on.
Okay, thank you. Fair question. Let me address both of them. The first is on the military. I think there's a difference between the military's hardware and capabilities and the individuals involved in the military. As you know, the Iranians suffered tremendous losses in personnel, and that includes top leadership of the IRGC and other elements of their government. What the president is alluding to is that there are certain individuals in the Iranian regime who have indicated both directly and indirectly a willingness to approach the future perhaps a little different. Not ideal. I'm not telling you, look, everybody talks about moderates in Iran. There are no moderates. There are radicals and super radicals, okay? That's been our view of it. But there are some of them that believe that they actually need to do a deal because their economy is in shambles. And so I think what the president is alluding to is that there are some individuals involved in the negotiations and in elements of their government, including some in elements of their military that are more open to a deal than other. As far as the Navy is concerned, yeah, they have no Navy. What they have remaining is a bunch of small crafts. I would call them Boston whalers with machine guns. And these things are harassing ships. And these are the ones that go after, in some cases, they drop mines off the back of them, or they try to harass shipping with swarms. They are unable to form swarms the way they once did. They are primarily now threatening shipping through the use of one-way attack drones. But their Navy, what you would consider a Navy with naval vessels that can actually conduct naval operations, is non-existent at this point.
So is the war still on or is the war off?
Well, Epic Fury has concluded. What you're seeing reports of, including last night, is the following. A ship will go through the route, particularly both the northern and southern route of Hormuz. Those ships will come under attack. The U.S. will respond to that attack by shooting down those drones that are trying to sink a commercial civilian vessel illegally and unlawfully. At that point, the Iranians will respond to that by targeting some facility in the region in retribution. On occasion, in order to protect our own forces, we don't just strike the drones, we strike the people who launch those drones. These are completely defensive in nature, but they are happening in response to an Iranian action. If they don't shoot at those ships, we don't shoot. But we have to respond. You have a civilian commercial vessel transiting the straits, and they're being targeted by drones. And these drones are not like highly precise. They could hit any part of that ship and they could create, including an ecological disaster.
Well, apparently some kind of military exists that's shooting these drones off. And the military obviously isn't decimated.
Well,
they're attack these ships with these drones.
Yeah, they still retain a drone.
When you say what the president was alluding to, the president's not a person who's known for illusions. He just shouts it right out, whatever he's thinking. So I don't think he was alluding to anything,
Yeah.
as you suggest.
Well, drones are, as you know, a challenge in multiple battlefields around the world. It's going to be a tremendous challenge for warfighting in the future because they're cheap.
Yeah, I know what drones are.
I know you know what they are, but I'm saying that they're cheap and they're
Yes,
easy.
I know, and we're using things that are very expensive to shoot them down.
And that needs to change. That said, yes, they still have the capability to, they can't launch as many as they used to, and they can't launch them in the swarms they used to launch them in,
Well, let
but
me
they
just-
still retain that capability.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you a quick question about something that Ambassador Barrack said, changing the subject a little bit. He compared Israel to Hezbollah for one thing. That was a pretty concerning comparison. But also he said Turkey should join the F-35 program. These comments are inconsistent with law and longstanding policy. And I'm just wondering what your position is as Secretary of State. Can Turkey get F-15s and F-35s or not? What if
Yeah.
we seem to be helping the bad guys and not the good guys?
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, Turkey actually was in the F-35 program. The reason why they can't get them is because they purchased the S-400 system
That's right.
from the
They
Russians.
still have those, and they're still under mandatory sanctions
Correct.
because of
So
that.
as you know, that's governed by statute.
Okay, or not?
Well, right now we don't have that choice because it's governed by statute, both provisions
Well, then
of
why
the
is our
NDAA and the
ambassador
statute.
out there saying that?
Well, I
Representative,
show the
time has
chaos in the-
expired. Representative Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would give you an opportunity to answer the ranking member, even though he didn't pose it as a question. But I, as a individual like many on the dais who have served in uniform, thank you for your actions regarding Iran and this administration's action. But if you want to answer it yes or no, you're welcome to. Who started the war between Iran and America 47 years ago?
Yeah, I don't, these yes or no things I don't like, but I could just tell you, Iran has been at war against the United States since the minute the Islamic regime took over.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. And again, thank you on behalf and to honor the thousands and 10,000s of Americans who have been murdered or maimed by Iran. Thank you for honoring them. Just moving on to questions. Did Pakistan's foreign minister personally deliver a message to you that Iran is prepared to demonstrate a nuclear weapon should the current escalation continue? That's been reported, and I just want to see if I can ferret that out.
I've not seen that reporting, and I'm not aware of any such message.
Okay, and if there were such a message, would that change anything in America's posture, or not only the message, but the action? Would that change anything regarding our goals
Well, I think
regarding Iran?
the hypothetical question is, if Iran threatened that they're going to test a nuclear device if talks fail, I think it would confirm everything we believe about them anyways. And I think the president then would have to pursue or at least have to consider various other options that are available to him in that context. But again, I've not heard that message relayed. I don't know the reporting you're referring to. You're talking about a press report?
Yeah, I am talking about a press report.
I would be surprised if that message had been relayed. I would be aware of it if it was.
I would think so. That's why I'm asking. So that's enough on that. I know that the president, look, he's an America First guy. He's concerned about every single American citizen, regardless of their party affiliation or their ideology and affordability. The president is concerned about those things. And I shudder to think what Iran would do if they could, armed with nuclear capability and ballistic missile capability, coupled with that, seeing what they're doing right now, extorting the world economy without those things. So with that in mind, it's been reported that the UAE is building a pipeline to the Gulf of Oman, which would bypass the Strait of Hormuz, essentially doubling their capacity, which would, of course, lower the price and the risk of global fuel transport or oil transport. Do you understand or do you recognize and know what the timeline of a proposed timeline for completion of that pipeline is?
Yeah, I'm aware of those efforts. They actually pre-exist the conflict in terms of a desire to do so. These things, I can't tell you specifically. I'm not a pipeline building expert,
Right.
but I can tell you certainly it's going to take more than a week or a year. I mean, these are complex. I think the broader point, which your question touches on, is I do think you're going to see a reshifting of where the world gets its energy from in the aftermath of this conflict. You're already beginning to see some of it now. I think you're going to see the United States be a bigger energy provider to the Indo-Pacific. We have the capability to do so, but it's going to take some time to build that capability. So I think you're going to see more of that. And I think you're going to see the establishment of more of these alternative routes as a result of this. Remember, only about 20% of global oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz, but it is about 80 to 85% of the oil that goes to the Indo-Pacific. So in those particular countries, I think you're going to most definitely see them buying more from other places, including the United States.
And that's going to lower the cost for everybody, which is great. Secretary, just moving on, you're of Cuban descent, of Colombian descent. Can you describe, and Cuba has been a sore.
Are you really Colombian? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Indeed. But Cuba has been sowing the seeds of discord in our hemisphere, inviting China, Russia, North Korea, all manner of communist, oligarch, bad actors into the hemisphere. If you can describe, generally speaking, what the policy where we're headed with Cuba as the United States of America? Where are we headed, and what do you envision being success, and how do we measure that?
In 56 seconds, I will tell you what we want for the people of Cuba is to be able to live in a normal country.
You're here.
I want them to live in a country that looks like the Dominican Republic, like Jamaica, like the Bahamas, like any of these other places where people can own their own business, people can vote for their own leaders. By the way, that's not my desire. That's the policy of the United States. That's enshrined in statute. Here's the problem. We're willing to do this through a diplomatic means. The problem we have is that country is not controlled by a government. That country is controlled by a military conglomerate that basically controls 70% of the nation's GDP, and none of the profits of that conglomerate goes into the public treasury. None of that money goes to build bridges and roads or to reinvest into their energy infrastructure. All of it goes to build more hotels for tourists that aren't coming and to line the pockets of the people that are involved. So that has to change. My question, I think we all can envision what we want Cuba to look like, and it doesn't have to happen from overnight. Okay, we understand they're not going to go from being what they are now to turning into Belgium or Switzerland in one day to the next. It takes time in these processes. I just don't believe, frankly, at this point, given everything we've seen, that the people in charge of that conglomerate and of that government are capable of making these reforms, at least not yet. Their mindset isn't there. Their incentives aren't there. They have spent, 60-something years waiting us out and holding on. And I think they can still get away with it, and they can't, and they won't be able to.
Time has expired. Representative Louise is recognized.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here today. You have been at multiple meetings with President Trump. In a moment, I'm going to show you a video of one of these meetings. It is from last December. It's a cabinet meeting. I'm going to ask you to focus on President Trump, and you will see that he is sleeping while you're talking.
Oh my God.
Please show the video.
Products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have
Not
you
sleeping.
been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 a.m. He calls me at 5 a.m. And, I like to sleep
Trump sutta piya video
12 hours but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until
Secretary Rubio.
12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
Coalition of countries that line up behind the
The
peace
same.
deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge. But it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started. It never would have happened if you've been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And
So-
I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before
again.
the Foreign
You're
Affairs
lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking questions about
Congress.
sleep.
You're
This is a
lying to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio. So I'm going to show you another video in a moment. The
Show me all
president's
the videos you
inability,
want.
the president's inability to stay awake on the job has caused other countries to perceive him differently. They mock him. They see he is weak and he is feeble. This is a video of a French news channel talking about Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony. Please show this video.
Oh, third video.
Well, Mark, a video that appears to show Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony this Monday has been circulating heavily online. And internet users have a lot to say about it. It's also reignited rumors about the state of the US president's health. Now, in the video, social media users say that Trump is fighting sleep whilst he listens to the speech given by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and that his eyes appear to be closed for a large portion of the ceremony. Now, we need to remember here that this is a ceremony to honor and remember those US military personnel who have died while serving in the armed forces. And the idea that Trump was asleep at a somber ceremony like this, well, that has triggered outrage online.
Donald Trump's inability to stay awake on the job shows that there's something very wrong with his health or cognitive abilities. And in fact, on a number of occasions, Donald Trump will contradict himself in literally the same meeting or interview. In this video I'm about to show, it shows that Donald Trump says the Iranian military is both destroyed and not destroyed at the same time, something that Dina Titus alluded to. Please show this video.
Fourth video.
Of leadership out, we've actually left their military alone. People would be surprised to hear that, because mistakes have been made in wars where you wipe out everybody and then you have a country that's, for 40 years can never rebuild. You look at what happened with Iraq. We did so. Iran is in a very bad position. They have no military. All they have is good talk, and they have a fake press.
So Secretary Rubio, instead of holding North Korean-style cabinet meetings where everyone goes around the room kissing Donald Trump's ass, I'm going to ask you to come clean with the American people and the White House as well. There's something wrong with Donald Trump's health or cognitive abilities. There's a reason he keeps going to the hospital and they keep giving him cognitive tests. We have not seen the president in 8 days. The American people deserve the truth. I yield back.
I don't even know how to respond to that, other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous. And I can't believe we're in a Foreign Affairs Committee meeting in front of the House at an important time in American foreign policy.
Just keep lying, Secretary Rubio. Just keep lying.
Supposedly someone who thinks he's a medical expert when he's not. The truth of the matter is we had a cognitively impaired president in office a few years ago. That's a cognitively impaired president, but I don't like to talk about that because it weakens America. This president we have, this is a guy that literally doesn't sleep. He works day and night, long hours, every single day. I don't know if you haven't seen him in 8 days. I saw him yesterday. I didn't see him today, but yesterday because I was in Congress the day before. I talked to him at all hours of the day and night. He works inhumane hours. Okay, I've been on foreign trips with the president that he doesn't sleep in the whole flight. And everyone else is sleeping on the plane, and he's, wandering the hallways looking for someone to wake up and talk to that people are. So I don't know what you're referring to, but he has an incredible amount of energy. I'm just telling you, you may not like his policies. You may not like his policies, you may not like the decisions he's made, but I assure you, this is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, is incredibly active, much more so in many cases than much younger people that are around him. Those are facts. I see it every day. You're not going to agree because you have another narrative that you want to push, but those are the facts.
I just showed you 3 videos of him sleeping.
Representative Issa is recognized.
Thanks for waking me up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if you'd gone to sleep during those videos, I would not have blamed you. I too have received those calls at all hours of the day and night. I'm, like you, aware that the president works harder than any other person here in Washington. But moving along, a number of things have been said that I find just incredible. First of all, the whole question on whether or not we support Lebanon and whether or not we support Israel. Is there any real contradiction between what Israel is trying to accomplish and what your aid to the Lebanese armed forces over decades is trying to accomplish?
Contradiction?
Is there any light between those two efforts?
They're aligned. What we would like to see is a Lebanese armed forces with the strength and the capability to disarm Hezbollah and reclaim the entirety of the country on behalf. The country should only have one armed forces. It shouldn't have an armed political party, which is what Hezbollah is, and then the LAF, the Lebanese Armed Forces. So and the Lebanese want that too. And that's what we work very closely with them on, and that's what our engagement with the Lebanese is about.
And Mr. Secretary, just for the record, in one of the last times I was in Israel, I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu if we should cut off aid, as some have said, to Lebanon. He said to Lebanese armed forces, he said, no, give them more. Give them what they need to take back their country. So I do believe that
ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਲਗਾਣਾ ਥੋੜਾ
So
ਸੁਣ
we
ਲਈ
have been, we've been facing this from Iran for 47 years in a variety of ways, some more open than others.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the Wall Street Journal article entitled "South Korea Takes a Hard Left Turn Against America" be placed in the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. Representative Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. I'd like to talk about the war in Iran. Yesterday, in your Senate testimony, you told Senator Booker that the war in Iran is over. This is news to me. It's also news to my 2,500 constituents, Marines, San Diego Marines in the Middle East off the coast of Iran, the other of my constituents who are deployed there, and the thousands more of my constituents who have 48-hour deployment notices whose families are still very concerned. But okay, I will take you at your word. If the war is over, I have a simple question. Who won?
First of all, epic fury is over, which is what you would consider the war. That operation is
So you agree it's a
concluded.
war then?
No, those are hostilities. They called it a war. I'm
Okay.
just responding to the Senator
Mr.
Booker's
Secretary,
question.
you can change the name of the operation. It doesn't change the fact that the strait is still closed and my service
Yeah, but
members
that's
and
not-
all of our service members are still in
No, but
harm's
that's
way.
not
The
what you
war
asked me.
is not over. But I'm agreeing with you. Okay, fine. We're taking you at your word. The war is over. Who won?
Well, first of all, you're not taking me at my word. It's a fact. We're no longer conducting sustained strikes inside of Iran to degrade their military because epic fury is over. The second point is on the question of who won, I can tell you this. We defined victory as destroying their defense industrial base, significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they possess, significantly reducing their stockpile of drones. And we achieved all of those in addition to destroying what they had left of an air force and wiping out their entire conventional Navy. Those are all gone. So I consider that victory, and we did too, and that was the purpose of Epic Fury.
Okay, well, good. Based on the metrics that you just said, okay, there's actually our intelligence community has said that Iran is reconstituting its military industrial base faster than we had predicted. And analysts assess it still holds roughly 70% of its missile stockpile and 70% of its mobile launchers. The Strait of Hormuz was open before the war. It is now closed. We have lost 14 brave American service members. Over 400 are injured. And the Iranian regime remains largely intact, but now with a more hardline leader who has more incentive to try and get a nuclear weapon. So I guess I have to ask you again, Mr. Secretary, does this actually look like winning or losing to you?
Well, first of all, I don't know what intelligence assessments you're referring to. We wouldn't discuss intelligence assessments if they were real. You must
These have been publicly reported.
Well, they're publicly reported. Someone committed a crime, and by the way, is also lying. And this happens all the time. People manipulate intelligence and analysis for purposes of furthering a narrative. On your point about the regime is actually deeply fractured, which is why it takes 7 to 10 days to get an answer from them for anything. Meanwhile, they
fractured, but still intact.
Well, intact in the sense they can't even reach agreements that they can get back to us. So I don't know how intact that is. What they have is people that are afraid to go into the streets. Their repressive operations have held people back, in addition to the fact they've cut off the internet. But this is a country right now, and this regime that is facing hyperinflation, a completely devalued currency, hundreds of billions of dollars in damage to their military infrastructure. And frankly, they all of the pre-existing problems that Iran had in their economy, which is why people are protesting, are worse, not better.
Sure,
and
but
they have to deal with that too.
Mr. Secretary, so you're saying we're winning because the Iranian economy has inflation, it's cost them millions of dollars a day in lost revenue, and because it's going to cost them billions of dollars to rebuild. Well, we are having inflation. It's already cost us an estimated $100 billion. Gas prices are up with no end in sight. The average family is paying an extra $450 on gas and could pay an extra $2,000 by the end of the year. The American people are not stupid, Mr. Secretary. We all know that this war is not over. Just last night, the U.S. and Iran exchanged fire again, this time over Karg Island. We still have not reached a deal, despite the president's promise that a deal is right around the corner. The president even said today the blockade could last until Labor Day. It's now day 97 of the war that the president said he wanted to end quickly. So I have one last question for you. Mr. Secretary, who won the 2020 presidential election?
I'm not here to answer a question. We're talking about 2020. This is a foreign affairs committee.
Okay, great. You
Opine on
can't answer the
political matters.
question,
No, I
even
don't
though we
answer
all
no,
know that
I don't
President
answer
Biden
the
won.
question because as Secretary of State, I do not participate in domestic
This is
political
not about
issues.
domestic political issues.
certainly
This is
is.
about our
You're
democracy.
asking me to opine, just like I don't do campaign
It
rallies.
seems like
I don't do
you-
because as
it's-
Secretary of State, we're not supposed to. That's been the long tradition of the department. And you should know that if you've been on this committee for any period of time. And
Mr.
you're-
Secretary, it seems like you have an issue admitting facts. You can't say that the president lost the 2020 election, just like you won't admit President Trump is losing this reckless war of choice, and just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means, and not because the facts are unclear to you, it's because telling the truth would cost you your job, and the American people are entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it, and my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know what shoes she's talking about. What is she talking about?
Representative Burchett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like to answer any of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the
I'll
shoes.
give
I mean,
you a
he gave me
minute.
some Florsheim shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about. And maybe that's what she's referring to.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
How can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is this the Foreign Affairs Committee or is this like a circus? What is this?
I think it's a
Let's go.
circus, but I appreciate you being here, Mr. Secretary. United States
Oh,
is
my God.
NATO's largest financial contributor. Why does NATO consistently ignore our call to share more of the defense burden in Europe? And is
अच्छा
our
आज
national
का चल रहा है
interest
ना
to
let me
continue
just
participating in NATO?
I have to take you to
Well, I can give you the why.
एक सेनेटर ने एक रैप ने कहा सीगा कि डोनाल्ड ट्रंप पिछले 8 दिन तो नहीं दिखे लेट मी टेक यू टू डोनाल्ड ट्रंप एक्चुअली डोनाल्ड ट्रंप की कर रहे हैं आई सी कि जे चलदी होई ਇਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਟੈਸਟਿਮਨੀ who will come back लेकिन इन्होंने साफ किया कि ये कोई सर्कस चल रही है is this like a circus or what लेकिन ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਐਗਜ਼ੀਕਿਊਟਿਵ ਸਾਈਨ ਆਰਡਰ ਸਾਈਨ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਟੂ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ which I'm going to share with you ਇਹ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਐਗਜ਼ੀਕਿਊਟਿਵ ਆਰਡਰ ਸਾਈਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ I think ਇਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਵੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ Just one second.
And that's going to be completed very shortly, and it'll be incredible.
It's
As it
live
was
now.
originally envisioned, most of it we're doing as originally envisioned. And if you walk across the street to Lafayette Park, you'll see something that's incredible. It's going to be, we'll have it open before July 4th. This, we wanted to get it open before July 4th. On the reflecting pond, or the reflecting pool, as some people call it, very important to us was the longevity, having it so that it's not closed every day. All these are, I just had this done. You're getting a first glimpse, but that's your size compared. So those are compared to, those are among the tallest buildings in the world, including the Empire State Building, World Trade Center, Sears Tower, Chicago. So if you lay it on its side, you'd take 2 or 3 of them to fill it in, because the width is almost 200 feet wide. And Actually, much more than 2,000, close to, including everything, it's about 2,500 feet.
Our
in
pool
length
is bigger than
to the end.
skyscrapers.
And it's going to be beautiful. It was
My
a
God.
great concept that never worked because they couldn't hold the water. Now they hold the water for a tiny fraction of the cost. We did a fantastic job. And Department of Interior was amazing. Doug Burgum, really absolutely amazing. And you're going to have something you're going to be very proud of, and it'll last for 50 to 100 years before you have to do anything with it. Very strong, powerful substance that we use. And we picked a color called American Flag Blue. We had color choices. And before it was just gray, it was a color of concrete and stone. So it's going to be really special. I thought you'd like to see it. And the work ends on the pool. We also did a lot more than we anticipated. We did all of the sidewalks outside of the pool where people walk or they stand. That's where Martin Luther King made his great speech with 1 million people. I had the same amount of people. Actually, I had a little bit tighter. It was a little bit tighter. They said he had 1 million people and I had 25,000 people. And yet, if you look at the picture of comparison, the exact same location, the exact same pool, except now the pool is clean. It was filthy dirty then. But it was amazing because that was my first glimpse into politics. I made a speech and I had it. More people. In other words, you put the picture side by side, which we have. And they said, I had 25,000, he had 1 million, but I had more people. They were tighter. My people were tighter. But these are minor details. That's what I said. Well, wait a minute, there's something wrong. But this is a very famous place, and it should be treated properly. A person came to my office, a very substantial person from a foreign country, another country, and said, the Washington Monument, the Lincoln, you take a look at the Washington Monument, beautiful, Lincoln Memorial. He said, but the walking in between was disgusting. The thing was loaded up. We took 11 or 12 dumpsters, trucks full of garbage out of there that they were shoveling. And it was there for years under the Biden administration. Again, Biden and Obama, if you combine the money they spent, it was over $142 million. And they got nothing as usual. So I'm very proud of it. Maybe I shouldn't say that before it opens. Maybe I'll open it. It'll look like a sieve, but it's not going to be. I'm very good at building things and constructing things. So I hope you're going to go take a look at it. The sidewalks are being sandblasted. The granite's on the outside, that granite. And that lasts on a strong stone. And that's being sandblasted. It's going to look like really something beautiful. It's going to be brand new. It's got a lot of life. So just enjoy it. Rodney Scott is here along with Peter Navarro. Peter's been with me for a long time, knows more about China than any human being on earth, except for, I would say, President Xi knows a lot more. But other than President Xi, Peter's probably in second place, and certainly having to do with trade. And but they're here to talk about something else. And Rodney, if you would, please.
Sure. So we're talking about rolling out a customs EO. Why is that important? Basically, it's America first in the trade environment, like we've been doing on the border. People are used to the illegal immigration, the narcotics. We've locked that down. This is literally taking the same principles and applying them to trade to protect American industry. Different countries and different people are undercutting our import-export rules, the tariffs, to literally undermine American businesses. And we're going to put a stop to it in the same way. We are going to increase the amount of data we have so that we can actually make conscious decisions about who and what comes into this country. And we're going to start holding people accountable. So we're literally going to use the rules that are in place to a certain extent and then make some recommendations for legislation going forward. But we're going to start holding trade accountable for bringing threatening things and threatening products into our country, just like we have on the rest of the border. So Customs and Border Protection gets a lot of attention for the border wall, everything else. This is going to be basically the equivalent in the trade environment.
And sir, you did a miracle when you came in. You shut that border down in a matter of days to what has been a flood of millions of illegal aliens. And a secure America is a safe America. What we're going to do here, the EO you're going to sign, that's about a $20 to $30 billion a year EO you're going to get, because we are going to crack down with this detective border that CBP is putting in innovatively. We're going to crack down on the fentanyl. We're going to crack down on the unhealthy products, the counterfeits, and all the tariff evaders. So this is a message to the world today. When you sign this, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And this is what Donald Trump does. He secures our borders, and not just physically, but in terms of trade. The new customs border is going to be awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. You know, we had millions of people pouring through our border. And when I got here, and it happened twice, but the first time was a lot easier because it wasn't nearly as bad as this. But in 2016, we had a bad border, really a bad border. And pretty quickly, we made it very good. We started the wall. I built over 1,000 miles of wall. Without that, you could have never done it, no matter how good you do. The wall has been, remember the Democrats, I call them. But the Democrats said the wall doesn't do anything. They said, no, walls work. Two things, everything else is obsolete. It gets obsolete quickly. Two things, wheels and walls. They've been here for a long time. A wheel and a wall, you'll always have. Other things, your computer's going to be obsolete about 2 days after you buy it. But wheels and walls, they work. And we built an incredible wall that stretches more than 1,000. Think of it, 1,000 miles. And without that, we would not be as successful. We're building now additional areas because we need some additional wall in certain areas. But we had millions of people, 25 million people. I think it's more than that, but 25 million people came in during the Biden years, the Biden disasters. And we stopped that. We stopped it down to zero. Hard to believe, but the numbers come out. Every month they come out 0, 0, 0. People don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So we had caravans with 10, 15, 20, 25,000 people coming up from countries. And remember, I know these people. I know the leaders of the countries. They're smart and they're cunning and they're streetwise. And they would put their people that were from prisons in there. They would put their murderers in there, and they'd put a lot of bad people. And they'd also put people that just didn't work. They'd put all of their welfare recipients in there. They'd send them into our country. And all of that stopped. And many of those people are now brought back. Many of the murderers, 11,888 were murderers. I say it all the time. 50% of them murdered more than one person, 2, 3, 4, which when 7 people murdered into our country, they let them into our country. It's a sin that should never be forgotten. So it's a much different country right now. We're respected by everybody. Everybody in the world respects. We just got back from China, as you know. Some of you were with us. And President Xi was great. And he said, you're a respected country, respected all over the world. He said, you did it so fast. We did. We did it in a very short period of time. This country was a laughingstock all over the world. For 4 years, we were a laughingstock. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the most successful country in the world. So this is very important what you're doing. And I'd like to have Will just say a few words about it specifically, please.
Yes, sir. As Rodney and Councilman Navarro said, this is an executive order on strengthening customs enforcement using new technologies and new approaches. The idea here is to ensure that importers of record, other people moving goods across our border, are accurately reporting what they're bringing in. That contraband, that illegal goods aren't being brought across the border, and that goods being brought in are being accurately accounted for purposes of duties and tariffs and all of the other things we require of importers of record. But this executive order will launch a series of bold new steps that I think we as an administration believe will result in the tightest, most controlled border in American history. Following on, obviously, your success in closing the southern border and stopping the scourge of illegal immigration into the country as well, sir.
So, Peter, what kind of money do you think this involves in terms of savings to our country?
I will guarantee you the first year it'll be at least 15 billion, the next year 25, and out there's 80 to 100 billion that the tariff evaders are doing. Plus, sir, we're going to stop more of the fentanyl coming in, and we're going to crack down on counterfeits. This is good for America. This is good for the people that elected you. It's good for the country.
And we have fentanyl coming in 59% less. Cut it by a number that nobody thought was even possible. We're going to get it a lot lower than that, but we have it. And we did this in a very short period of time.
This is going to be a great one, sir.
You didn't have
this
the
is
same
a moneymaker for us. And CBP has been doing a really great job innovating on this, sir.
You've done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Appreciate it, sir.
Okay, we'll stand one. Oh, that's a good one. That's a nice one. Okay, what else you have?
This is another executive order on reforms to the federal workforce, sir. Currently, with respect to many policymaking positions in departments and agencies across government, we lack the ability, because of existing personnel rules, to effectively discipline or promote people who are in policymaking roles. This executive order follows on a number of previous executive orders. The end goal is making the federal workforce more accountable and ensuring that people, particularly in policymaking roles, aren't unaccountable to the wishes of the administration.
And the reason for this was what? Whose idea was that?
James Shirk, who's here from Domestic Policy Council, can
Would
speak
you
to
like
that.
to say something? Come on, you did a great job on this.
Thank you, sir. It's been a long-standing problem that it's almost impossible to hire a federal employee, even in cases of serious misconduct. And as a result, if you have employees who are trying to undermine the wishes of the American people by pushing their own agenda or just incompetent in what they're doing, agencies have a long-standing difficult time getting rid of them. And that's a particular problem if you're in a senior policy influencing role where you're controlling the policies of the entire agency. What this does is basically treats those employees like private sector workers. They're going to be hired on the basis of merit and competence, but if they're messing up, then they can be removed quickly rather than taking a year or longer to get rid of them.
That's great. And you were very much involved in it?
I was, sir.
This guy central casting. Tell him, he's like perfectly casted, but best in the world. You couldn't have done that any better. Were you nervous?
A little. Thank you, sir.
Would anybody else like to say anything? About either one? What about you? Come on over here. Come on. Can you top it? You don't have to. Thank you very much. Great job. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, this customs reform EO is a long time coming for us. It helps us solve problems that have plagued the customs system for many years. We've had a system where people have basically been able to hide behind shell companies. They move from one to the next, and then we can't go after them. This EO really enables us to crack down and hold people accountable.
It's so important. I know you took it so seriously. See how serious they are? I mean, there's a love of the country. This isn't like normal stuff. These are the smartest people in the world. They can do anything they want. They can have any job, and they love this country. They just want to be here, and they hate what you saw, and you fixed it. Thank you very much, all of you. Anybody else? Anybody? Only if you want. I'm not going to call anybody. Anybody? You don't have to. They covered you well, right? I don't know if you could do any better. Thank you very much. That's a great job, fellas.
I think press conference now. That's going to be important.
It's a big one.
Iran war ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ claims ਆਏ ਆ. I'll let you know in the next phase. Let's listen to his press conference.
I got the great Pulitzer Prize winner. Okay. Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you have any questions on this? Thank you, Peter.
Mr. President, given Iran's attacks on Kuwait, this latest attack on Kuwait, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Well, you know, there's a reason for everything. And we hit them pretty hard the night before and actually last night. And when it was explained to me, I said, all right, so we'll do that. But we've been hitting them pretty hard a little bit. So there is a reason for certain things. And there's usually a reason that sometimes makes sense. But they did something, not a big deal. We got it. We nipped it in the bud very quickly, as we do. We're the greatest military in the world. But some people would say they were slightly provoked because we took a strong action for a different reason. So they were reciprocating. Yep.
Can you explain?
I hear the negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President,
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, you know, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend.
Mr. President, yesterday. How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
Mr. President, yesterday you signed.
It's not bad, but it's true. I mean, it's a ceasefire there is much different than a ceasefire in other parts of the world.
Mr. President, can you explain why you decided to drop the anti-weaponization fund?
So I love it. I think it's so important. People were, this is a victim right here, but not only a victim, he was also a student of it. What happened to great people, great American people, the way they were victimized, the way they were savaged. You have suicides, they killed themselves, they went bankrupt. They were weaponized by the Biden administration, by a bunch of thugs, including Obama people. And like nobody's probably ever been. I mean, I can think of maybe 2 instances in this country where they've had it to somewhere that extent. I'm not even sure if it was so much. They were put in jail for long periods of time. They were accused of things that never happened. They had prosecutors that were radical lunatics, and their lives were destroyed. And frankly, we had a lawsuit that against us on the weaponization, where the judge, a radical left judge, ruled against it. And we'll see how that all works out. But a radical left judge ruled against it. But these people, their lives have been destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many of them. I'm not just talking about a few people. Many of them. I'm one of them. They raided my house, Mar-a-Lago. That never happened. Nobody ever thought of anything like that. It turned out that it was a total fake. Everything about it was fake and corrupt. We have all the information. The good advantage to sitting here is we can get information that you wouldn't get by what we have and what we are going to be showing over the coming weeks and months. You're not even going to believe. Some of you will believe it, like CNN will believe it because they knew what was going on. They're crooked as hell. CNN's a very corrupt organization, but with a corrupt reporter standing right there, never smiles. She never smiles. She's a young, beautiful woman, never smiles. I never see her smile. on her
Kathleen
face. I see her
Collins ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ
standing there
ਕਰ ਰਹੇ
with hatred in her eyes.
Such a bad thing.
She has hatred because we have borders, because we have a strong military, because we cut our taxes, because we do things that everybody wanted, and then we win our election in a massive landslide. We win 87% of the counties in this country. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And that's because we're doing the right job. And we took a detour down to Iran because we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances. We can't let that happen. So the reporters should be happy. They shouldn't be unhappy. They should be very happy. Because you know what we're doing? We're saving our country. Yes.
Yes, President, 2 questions, one on Iran and then one on your birthday.
Okay.
You will. The first one is, are you concerned at all that the IRGC could sabotage any potential deal? And then the second one is, you have a birthday coming up. I won't say which number, but it's a big birthday. So you're going to blow out a can. You're going to blow out, some candles on a cake, hopefully. What are your wishes that you'd like to see accomplished for the next year for the United States and your presidency?
Well, I'll go in your order. Anything can happen, when you're dealing with Iran, but when you're dealing with other countries. But that's a very volatile part of the world, probably the most volatile part of the world. The people are volatile, the leadership, you see what's going on. We've gone through 3 teams of leadership. It's been we're military. There's never been a military like what we have. We could go another 2-3 weeks and just wipe everybody out. I'd rather not do that. Very easy to do. They're ready to do it. They want to do it. But if we can get something down in writing, which will accomplish the same thing without killing everybody, I'd like to do that. Most of my people, I think, would like to do that. Some people wouldn't, but most of them would. But we had to take a detour as far as wishes for, and I'm very proud of that detour, By the way, just to finish off on that, we had the strongest stock market in history. And I said, we have no choice, we have to do it. I knew it would affect it, but I was very happily surprised when I saw that today we hit another stock market high. I mean, we have the highest stock market in history with a military conflict going on or a war. Some people call it war, some people call it a military. It's not a big thing for us. We have a great military. It's not a big thing for us. But if I didn't do that, I spoke to people like Peter, great financial people, Scott, and Howard, and lots of others. I said, we just hit the greatest stock market in history. Everyone's 401ks are the highest they've ever been. Everybody's making a lot of money. Costs are coming down. We took over the highest cost and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Costs are coming down. Everything's good. And I hate to tell you this, but we've got to take a little detour and go down to place called the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we're going to have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. That's what we've done. And they've agreed to that. By the way, if they sign the agreement, they will have agreed to, we will not have a nuclear weapon or bomb. We will not develop one. We will not buy one. Originally it was, we will not develop. I said, what about if they buy? That went into a 2-week negotiation. But in the end, we got that. Now, we got it if they sign the paper. In theory, they're pretty close to signing a paper. We've actually gotten along with them very well. And you know what you saw for the last few nights? It takes two to tango. You understand that. We hit them very hard on something else, unrelated. And so they were responding, but, and not very strongly. As far as birthday, as far as wishes, I want to just, we have a phrase, I think it goes down, I would think, in the history of our country, maybe the history of the world, is the greatest slogan or phrase ever. Make America great again. That's all I want. I want to make America great again. I think we've come a long way. I think we're the most respected country in the world right now, by far the most respected. President Xi told me, I was talking about, he's a friend of mine. He's a good man. I hate to say it because the press goes and they say, oh, we called him a good man. He is a good, he's for China. I'm for the USA. It's like one of those things. But we do very well now with China. When I came here, we're not doing well with China. My first term, when I inherited that, it was like what China was doing to us was incredible. I don't blame China. They took advantage of stupid people, really stupid people. So we're doing great. But the phrase, make America great again, that's all I want. Very simple phrase to think of. And I think it's the greatest in the history. I would say that's probably the greatest phrase in the history of the world, not only here. There's never been anything like it. Make America great again. That's what I've done. And we've made it great. In fact, in a way, I want to use it because I would never give it up. MAGA, it's too good. It's too good. It really is the Republican Party. That's why we're doing so well. That's why we, if you look at the Republican Party from before I came till now, this is a much different party. It's a much bigger party. We have many, many more people. And I think the thought, the mind, the thought is much different than it was 10 years ago. It's been, it's amazing. A much more powerful party, much different party, and a much more impactful party. Thank you very much.
Two questions on Iran.
Go ahead.
First, you said last week that the U.S. would go in and dig out the buried nuclear material in
With them.
With them.
Right.
Did
That's
Iran
possible.
actually agree to that?
Well, it depends on what day you're talking about. They did agree, and then sometimes they agreed. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's one of the things we talk about. It's very overrated. I'm the one that overrated it. I thought, to me, it was important. To other people, it's not important, because those beautiful B-2 right here, the B-2 bombers, they obliterated. When CNN said maybe it was an obliteration, they knew. I mean, before the pilots even came back home, before
CNN
anybody saw the site, and then the Atomic Energy
this lady.
Commission went. They said it was obliterated. That stuff is
ਜਿਹੜੇ
very
lavender ਜਾਂ
underneath the
purple color
mountain
ਦੀ
that
jacket ਚ
virtually collapses.
ਉਹਨੂੰ
Very,
fake
very hard to
report
get
ਕਹਿੰਦਾ
it.
fake news
But nevertheless, I want to get it. We're the only ones, us and
Catherine
probably
Collins,
China
I
are the
think.
only two countries that have the equipment where you can do that. So, yeah, I want to get it. We have, at different times, had different, they've changed their mind a couple of times. But as it stands now, we will go in at some time in the not too distant future. It's very safe down there. We have, with Space Force, we have cameras. Every angle of those three sites are being watched at all times. If anybody went there, we'll see exactly what's happening, and we'll blow it up a little bit further. But as far as getting it is the B-2 bombers did a job like nobody's ever seen. In the night, with no moon, dead darkness, at 1 o'clock in the morning or so, they dropped those bombs, the biggest, just about as big a bomb as you can ever find, and it went down air chutes. It's hard to believe that they can do the technology. It followed a beam right into the air chutes, right, exploded. Very hard to get that material, but I still nevertheless want it. And I don't want to do it if we're in conflict. I don't want to put men in that kind of danger. I remember Jimmy Carter had some bad problems in Iran with the hostages. I don't want to ever put our people in that kind of danger. But when it's over, as of this moment, it's agreed that we will go in with them. We will get it and we will destroy it. It will be destroyed.
And this is, sorry, I have one follow-up, Mr. President. My second question. Is it possible to get to a deal with Iran, whether to go in and do that or to open up the Strait of Hormuz without seeing an Israeli cessation of their hostilities in Lebanon?
I think it would. We're trying to separate it. I mean, you look, it's a very different kind of a thing. We actually spoke with Hezbollah for the first time ever. We didn't know they spoke. And they agreed yesterday they're not going to shoot. Israel's not going to shoot. We're just going to see. But I'd like to separate it. I'd like to have a separate thing because it is separate. But Israel, hey, look, they've been a great partner. Bibi Netanyahu's been, for me, a great partner. For other people, not so good. For me, he's been very good. We were very effective, what we've done. And they needed us. They couldn't have done it without us. Couldn't have even come close. And they needed us. And they got us to help them with a real problem, because Iran was a real problem, a big problem, a worldwide problem, because they wouldn't have stopped with Israel. They would have blown up the Middle East. And you saw that by the rockets. All those rockets that went to the five, mostly for the most part, the 5 countries outside of Israel, those rockets were aimed there before we hit them with the B-2 bombers. They were going to blow up the Middle East. They were going to blow up Israel, but they were going to blow up the Middle East. And I stopped it, and I'm very proud I stopped it. And we also stopped it in the first term when I terminated the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama. It was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. And this has no relation. I like these morons, these Democrats, D-U-M, Democrats, that go on television and say, oh, well, this is just like the Obama deal. This is the exact opposite. This is no path to a nuclear weapon. That was an absolute path to a nuclear weapon that you couldn't have done anything about. This is the exact opposite. They gave billions and billions of dollars to Iran, including 1.7 billion put into a Boeing 757 with the seats taken out because there wasn't enough room if you left the seats, with 1.7 billion in cash taken from the banks in DC, Maryland, and Virginia, and flown to Iran, 1.7 in green cash, and then tens of billions of dollars given to Iran by our government. Frankly, they picked the wrong country, but maybe we're going to be getting along with Iran. We're going to find out. You know, there is a good possibility, I think, because without the bombing, that wouldn't have worked, without the blockade. The blockade is the most powerful thing. I think the blockade maybe has more impact than the bombing has. But the blockade that we have, the naval blockade, is incredible. Now, one ship has gotten through unless we wanted it to. And people respect it a lot. And we'll see. But, you know, there's a chance if this really worked out, they could rebuild. You know, it used to be a very, very good nation. You go back, I have friends that used to, old timers, they used to go there and they used to do well. They used to build in Iran. They built apartment houses and they built office buildings in Iran. Hard to believe, right? But there's a chance that maybe that comes back. But whether it comes back or not, I think we have a very powerful deal that we're negotiating. The exact opposite as the Obama deal. The Obama deal was a disgrace. It gave them a nuclear weapon. We do the exact thing. We, under our deal, they will never, ever have a nuclear weapon. One of the other things that happens, and this is important, but there's nothing more important than taking away the capability of a nuclear weapon from Iran.
Mr. President,
Wait, but one of the other things that's important and very important is that immediately upon signing the memorandum of understanding, the Hormuz Strait will open, and it'll open up quickly. And we've already had our minesweepers there. You know, we're sweeping, as you probably have heard. And these are underwater minesweepers. They're great, amazing technology. They're underwater because usually when you're looking for mines, that usually means you have some dangerous characters out there. That's why. So we're underwater, but we've swept mines, and we've gotten most of them, we think. So, but the Hormuz Strait will open immediately upon signing. Now, that's subject to a couple of areas being cleaned out also of mines, which we don't think there are any. So it'll happen very quickly, and we'll take the southern route anyway. But immediately upon signing, we open up the Arbour Strait.
Just to clarify, Excuse me, Mr. President, just to clarify on what you were asked earlier, is the $1.8 billion DOJ fund dead or is it on hold?
It's, I'd have to ask the lawyers, I don't know. I know one thing, the weaponization, are you talking about the weaponization fund?
Yeah, what's your
The weaponization fund, as far as I'm concerned, was a beautiful thing. It was something I didn't make it, but I heard that, I thought that was the greatest thing because people like you have abused our people so badly. The fake news like CNN, like the New York Times and like others have abused our people. Wait a minute, be quiet. Have abused our people so badly, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You used to be a conservative. She was a conservative from Alabama, can you believe it? But CNN, in particular, CNN does such false reporting. But now they have new ownership, so maybe it'll straighten it out. I doubt it, but it's hard to straighten garbage out. But CNN has abused, and others have abused so badly. People, these are people that are great people that were destroyed. Their families have been destroyed. Many suicides, they committed suicide. People that went there with love. They went there with love. You know, when I made that speech early in the day, tremendous crowd. I hate to say because they'll say, oh, I was wrong on the number, but I believe it's the largest crowd I've ever spoken to by twice. The biggest crowd, I think, bigger than the inaugurations, bigger than anything. And there was so much love and friendship. It was the most amazing thing. People were crying. They were like, wait a minute, let me finish. And those people have been abused by you and by others and by the politicians, by the Democrats. They're dumb people. They want to have open borders. They want to have transgender mutilization of your children. They want to have men playing in women's sports. They want to have high taxes. They turned down, you know, they fought us on the tax bill, and they fought us because they want people to pay high taxes because they're crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with you. It's a shame. Yeah, go ahead,
Mr.
Liz.
President, thank you so much. On communism, today has some stirring words on communism.
I just wrote that. Did you like it? Did you think it was well written?
Well, it's certainly very meaningful to Americans.
Well, I'd read it. Do you want to read it? Do you have it? You could read it. It's untruth. I just wrote it. I just felt I've seen what's going on with communism, and I see this country. Read it. I'd love to have you think.
You wrote that quote, communists always do well with the voters, or as they would say, the people in the early years. But in the end, the country, state, or city goes to hell. Great violence proceeds at levels never seen before, and the entity dissolves into poverty, squalor, and crime. Remember, breathtaking popularity first, and then guaranteed death and destruction.
Well, you see it happening with New York. You see it happening with Los Angeles and parts of California. And it's so easy, you know, I'd be the greatest in the world. Nobody would be as good as me. I'd get away everything. I could be the greatest. I would sell them. You're going to get free rent. You're going to get free houses. You're going to get free food. You're going to get free everything. But eventually that ends, and it leads to death, destruction, and squalor 100% of the time. When I watched New York, and you know, I liked him very much. He stood right here, and he's been in the office a couple of times. The mayor of New York. I think he's a very nice person, and I don't know, he's a smart guy. I don't understand why he thinks it's okay for all these companies that pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes a year to leave. Because you're not going to have any tax base, and you're going to end up in hunger and squalor and death and destruction. I would be better than him if I wanted to go that route. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll no longer pay rent. You'll no longer have to pay interest on your mortgage. In fact, I'll end your mortgage. I'm going to cut everything. You're no longer going to have to pay for food. I'm going to give you a grocery store, and I'm going to give you free food. You're no longer going to have, you're going to have the greatest life ever. Follow me, you're going to have the greatest life. And you know what? For a couple of years, that's such a powerful, I would be the best ever at giving it. Nobody would ever be. I had to sell free enterprise. Free enterprise is tougher to sell, but that's what's made our country great. And that's why it's great again now. If I didn't get elected, we wouldn't have a country. We really wouldn't have a country. This country would be finished. But I see what's happening in Los Angeles. I see what's happening in New York, where I look at Chicago. You have a stupid governor, a dumb governor, a really dumb guy. I know him well. He's a failure in his family, Pritzker. I know the family. I was partners in a deal with them. I made a lot of money. They made money. We made a good partnership. But he was like an outcast in the family. He was a slob. And the mayor is a low IQ person. I mean, he's a stupid person in Chicago. Chicago has a case, a real chance to become great again. There's a case, great again. If we were allowed to do what we did in Washington or Memphis, I was with the governor of Tennessee yesterday, and he said, I want to come in. He came in to thank me. I said, for what? He said, what you did for Memphis. Memphis, the crime is down about 72%. And it's going, he said, it's like a different city. Washington is even more so. We started a little bit earlier. Washington, you walk down the streets and people feel safe here again. It's a safe city. If I were, oh, by the way, in Louisiana, what I've done there is unbelievable because the governor, Jeff Landry, called. He said, you got to help me with New Orleans. We have a tremendous crime problem. And I sent in our really talented people, including National Guardsmen, and they did it unbelievable. They had the safest, they said they had the safest, it just ended about 3 weeks ago. They had the safest Mardi Gras they've ever had. I could do that in Chicago, but you have to have the support of a governor. You can't have a slob that says, we don't want it. People get murdered, and he says it's fine. They lost 5 or 6 people last week, and they said, it's fine. They're not going to lose 5 or 6 people. And I would make Chicago so good and so safe. It's got potential. The longer it goes, the harder it is to fix. And San Francisco, we could do such a good job. My friend said, please let the mayor, he's a liberal guy, nice guy. I talked to him. He wants to make San Francisco good, and he's trying very hard. I said, look, I can do it much faster than you. Please let me have a time. I spoke to the mayor, and some very important people asked me to give him a chance because I'd like to see if he could do it. And he's doing okay, but I could do it much faster, much better. And we can remove, don't forget, 2% of your people create 90% of your crime. That's a great number because 2% of the people you can take care of. If it was 90% of the people, that's no good, but 2%. In Washington, right here in DC, we removed close to 5,000 hard-line criminals. Many came in through the Biden open border. We removed them from Washington, DC. And it's one of the reasons that we're so safe now. We have a great, beautiful place. Again, the fountains are almost all open. You're going to have the reflecting pool opened within hours. I mean, literally within hours. The water starts pouring in tonight. It's going to be beautiful. You haven't seen that since 1922. Think of that, 1922. It hasn't worked. Never worked. From the day they built it, it never worked. But you're going to see that. And people are all thanking me because Washington's beautiful again. The parks are open. We changed the grass. Grass has a life also. Like people, grass has a life. And that grass hasn't been changed in 70, 80 years. It died many times over. We have beautiful grass, beautiful parks, beautiful everything. We don't have people living on it. And Washington, D.C., in a matter of 14 months, Washington, D.C. is like a different place. If people are coming here, the restaurants are all going out of business, as you know, because you use the restaurants. And now the restaurants are hot. In fact, if anything, we don't have enough restaurant space. They're all reopening. It's become vibrant. It's a beautiful thing to watch. And I am honored that I've been able to do it to our nation's capital. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ।
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
ਔਰ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜੋ ਵੀ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੰਪੇਅਰ ਕਰੀਏ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਜੋ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਵਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, IRGC ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜੋ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਰੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਆ ਕੀ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਆ, ਬੜੀਆਂ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਆ। ਕੁਵੈਤ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਆਈਆਂ, ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਸ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੈਸ ਕਰਨ 'ਚ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ। ਡੈਮੇਜ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੈਸ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਰਾਨ ਵਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਹੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੋ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੇਖੇ ਆ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਉਸ ਹਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਰ ਗਿਆ, ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਨਾ, ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਪਹਿਲੂਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ। I'm not going to share only one side of the information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਸੋਰਸ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, but multiple sources. Multiple sources ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। I'm going to share that information with you. ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣ ਲਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੀ ਅਸੈਸਮੈਂਟ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। I'm going to share all of that information with you. ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ 에ਅਰ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਦੱਸੀ ਗਈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੱਲ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਇਰਨ ਵੱਜਣੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਦੈਨ ਵੀ ਗੋਣਾ ਮੂਵ ਫਾਰਵਰਡ ਫਰੋਮ ਦੇਅਰ ਟੂ ਦ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਫੇਜ਼, ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਮਝੀਏ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖੀਏ। ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸੈਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਾਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਾਤ ਪੈ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ, ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਬਟ ਲੈਟਸ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਵਿਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਈਵੈਂਟ ਸਾਰੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਣਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ, ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਨੰਬਰ 62 ਫਰੋਮ ਦ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਆਰਮੀ। ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਆਰਮੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਹੈ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਆਰਮੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਸਟਾਫ ਹੈਡਕੁਆਰਟਰਸ। ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਨਾਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰਿੰਗ ਇਟ ਫਰੋਮ ਐਨੀ ਅਦਰ media organization, it is directly from the Kuwait Army. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੱਲ ਦੇ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਸਪੋਕਸ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਅਰੇਬਿਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਚ ਤਰਜਮਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਏ। The official spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Saud Abdulaziz Al Utaibi, the General Staff of the Army, urged brotherly citizens and residents not to approach or touch any debris, shrapnel or unidentified objects that may result from intercepting hostile aerial targets due to the danger they may pose to public safety. It also emphasized the necessity of immediately reporting any of these remnants via the emergency number 112 ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, or the competent authorities following security and safety instructions and obtaining information from authorized official sources। ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਲੋਗੋ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੱਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ, ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚਰਚਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੋਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਅਸਮਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਆ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਅਸਮਾਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਬਣ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਘੁੰਮਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ, ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਭਾਈ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਵੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਅਨਫੋਲਡ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਸ ਪੂਰੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਮਿਲਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਅਨਫੋਲਡ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ, ਇਹ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਵੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਵਾਈ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕਿ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅੱਜ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਰੀਡ ਇਟ ਆਊਟ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਕੇ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਆਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਰਤ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ। We condemn the attack on the Kuwait International Airport today, in which an Indian national has died and several of our nationals are injured. Since the onset of the conflict is in West Asia, we have strongly urged that civilian population and civilian infrastructure must not be targeted. We again call upon parties to cease such attacks. We offer our deepest condolences to the bereaved family. Our embassy is extending all possible assistance to those injured. We remain in close contact with local authorities for the welfare of Indian nationals. Indian missions and posts across the region are on alert and continue to proactively support our community. ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਡੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਇੱਕ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਐਕਸਟਰਨਲ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਹ ਕੇਸ ਆ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਆਹ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਜਿਹੜੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਹਮਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਟੋਟਲੀ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ। ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ? ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ IRGC ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਰਾਨੀ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਤਾਂ ਪੈਟਰੀਓਟ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ, ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਦੀ ਪੈਟਰੀਓਟ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਨਾਟ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਫॉर ਦਿਸ। ਕਿੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ? ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਆਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਸੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਲਈਏ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਂਝ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਊਂਗਾ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਦਊਂਗਾ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। That's the information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ। ਆਹ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੱਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ,
هذا الحريق، هذه مسيرة طاحت هني فوق أمل الكويت. هذه هذا الحريق هذه مسيرة طاحت هني فوق أمل الكويت هذا
तो इस तरीके के हालात उत्ते बने हुए सी ये इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट है जिथे एक भारतीय नागरिक की मौत हुई है और बहुत सारे होर भारतीय नागरिक और होर भी कई नागरिक जिहड़े इहदे विच जख्मी होए हैं अगेन I'm going to give you some information on that
مسيرة طاحت هني فوق أمل الكويت هذا
ये वाली इंफॉर्मेशन सब तो पहला आनी शुरू हुई
هذه مسيرة طاحت هني فوق أمل الكويت هذا
ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਹੋਰ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਸ ਅਟੈਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਰੇ ਆ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਕੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈਆਂ ਫਿਰ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਉਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਟਿਲ ਫੋਟੋ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਐਜ਼ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਦਿਸ one second ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਹੈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਸਕੇਲੇਟਰਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਲਗਭਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਘੁੰਮਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਐਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਮਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦੇਣਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦਰਜਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੋਸਟ ਇਟ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਦ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਆਈ ਸ਼ੋ ਇਟ ਟੂ ਯੂ ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਉਸ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਾਲ ਚਾਲ ਵੀ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ that is also one thing ਦੇਖੋ that's the second picture of the damage that's the third picture of the damage this one so you can see yourself ਲੇਕਿਨ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਰਿਵੀਲ ਕਦੋਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਦੋਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਇੰਨੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਧਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਇੰਟੀਰੀਅਰ ਹੈ ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਸੀ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟੀਰੀਅਰ ਹੈ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਇੰਟੀਰੀਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ yourself the official account of Ministry of Interior ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ His Excellency the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior inspects the passenger building T1 Terminal 1 at Kuwait International Airport following its exposure to a heinous let me just go on this side heinous Iranian aggression ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੌਣ ਲਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਇੰਟਰਨਲ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਮੂਵ ਇਟ onto this side and just to show you full ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਏ ਇਹ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ the official account of Ministry of Interior State of Kuwait ਅਧਿਕਾਰਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਅਕਾਊਂਟ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਸਪੋਜ਼ਰ ਟੂ ਅ ਹੀਨੀਅਸ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਐਗਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ as part of the ongoing field follow-up His Excellency the first Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior Sheikh Fahad Yusuf Saud Al Sabah conducted an inspection tour of the passenger building Terminal 1 at Kuwait International Airport to assess the damage. ਇੱਥੇ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਰਿਵੀਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਅਸੈਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਗਈ which I am going to share with you as well. Damages resulting from the heinous once again Iranian aggression that the building was subjected to and to examine its effect and evaluate their extent on the facilities and the infrastructure. During the tour, His Excellency reviewed the damages inflicted on the building and listened to explanations from the competent officials regarding the incident and the measures taken to address it and contain its repercussions. His Excellency emphasized the importance of completing the technical inspection. In a related context, the Under Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Major General Abdul Wahab Ahmed Al Wahab, conducted an inspection tour of the same site to examine the effects of the incident and evaluate the extent of the damage inflicted on the facilities and infrastructure. So ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੈਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇੱਕ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਡਾਊਨ ਰੱਖੂੰਗਾ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਕਾਪੀਰਾਈਟ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਸੋ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ, ਟਰਮੀਨਲ 1, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ। ਇਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹ ਅੰਦਰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡਿਪਾਰਚਰ ਗੇਟ, ਚੈੱਕ ਇਨਸ ਔਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਟਰਮੀਨਲ 1, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। ਮਿਊਜ਼ਿਕ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ, ਸੋ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ slow down the music or in fact mute the music. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਆ ਕੁਛ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਮਸ਼ੀਨਾਂ, ਮੋਟਰਸ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੋਈ ਛੋਟਾ ਧਮਾਕਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਇਟ ਵਾਜ਼ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਬਿਗ ਅਟੈਕ, ਇਟ ਵਾਜ਼ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਅਟੈਕ। ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਇਹ ਡਰੋਨ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਬੈਲਿਸਟਿਕ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਡਰੋਨ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर श्योर। ਵਨ ਥਿੰਗ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ श्योर। ਔਰ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਐਂਡ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਛੱਤਾਂ ਉੱਡ ਗਈਆਂ, ਕੰਧਾਂ ਪਾਟ ਗਈਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਐਸਕੇਲੇਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਏ, ਪਾਣੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕੰਧਾਂ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ। ਆਈ ਮੀਨ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, ਕਿੰਨੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦਾ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋਇਆ। ਆ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਫਲਾਈਟਸ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਹੋਣੀਆਂ ਹੀ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਲਗਭਗ 60 ਬੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਦੱਸੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਕੁਵੈਤੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਔਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਸਿਵਲ ਐਵੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ 에ਅਰਵੇਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਟਰਮੀਨਲ 4 ਤੋਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹੇਗਾ, ਟਰਮੀਨਲ 1 ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏਗਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਹੋਇਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਆਂਦੇ ਆਂਦੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਵਧਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਜਦੋਂ, ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਉਹ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। IRGC ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗਾਰਡ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ US ਦੇ ਪੈਟਰੀਅਟ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੋਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹ ਐਵੇਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸੁੱਟੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ, ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਾ। IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਹਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਿਛਲੇ 2 ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈਆਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕੁਵੈਤੀ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚਲਾਈ ਰੱਖਾਂਗੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂ, look at this, IRGC ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨੇ IRGC ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾਤੀ। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ the destruction of Kuwait International Airport's passenger terminal was caused by an error in the American Patriot system. ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਦਵਾਈ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਦ ਚੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ, they are tasting their own medicine। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਉਹ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਬਿਆਨਬਾਜ਼ੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਹੁਣ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਿਆਨਬਾਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ। ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਟ ਵਾਜ਼ ਅ ਹੀਨੀਅਸ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਐਗਰੈਸ਼ਨ ਅਟੈਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। IRGC ਦਾ spokesperson ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ the destruction of Kuwait International Airport's passenger terminal was caused by an error in the American Patriot system. The aerospace force did not fire any projectile at this target. American Patriot systems, after failing to intercept the missiles, landed on this terminal. ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਫੋਟੋ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। And it's in front of you. And it's not just only here. ਕੱਲੀ ਇਹੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। Let me just share something else with you. ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਖਬਰ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ। ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾਈ ਹੈ, ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੇ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਕੱਠੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇਣਾ। ਪਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ US ਦੀ 5th ਫਲੀਟ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਹੈੱਡਕੁਆਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ IRGC ਦੀ ਏਰੋਸਪੇਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਨੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕੀਤਾ। ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਖਬਰ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। That's in front of you on your screens. That's Fars News Agency. Fars यानी फारस दी खाड़ी, पर्शिया। Fars News Agency कह रही है the US 5th Fleet's headquarters came under missile and drone attack by the IRGC Aerospace Force. Can see here. IRGC ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ semicolon ਪਾ ਕੇ late last night the invading American army struck an Iranian oil tanker with an aerial projectile near Strait of Hormuz. और कुछ वीडियोस इन्हां दे वल्लों जारी कर दित्तियां गईयां। Look at this video ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸਬਰੀਨ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। Second, this video. You can see yourself. Third video ਆ, दो projectiles जा रहे हैं। You can see yourself. वो कहते ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ को बम मारे भाई, आ उत्ते इंटरसेप्ट हो रहे हैं। कहते US ਦੀ 5th fleet ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ। ਹੁਣ ਕਿਹਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਕਿਹਦੀ ਨਾ ਮੰਨੀਏ, we can't say. जिन्हें कि इन्होंने हथियार दिखाते थे या मिसाइल दिखाते, I don't know कि वाकई look at this, ड्रोन जो छड़े जा रहे हैं और see yourself. ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ, ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ IRGC ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਬਾਕੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ, ਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ। ਐਂਡ ਇਨ ਫੈਕਟ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਦਊਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਹੈ, ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਡਰੋਨਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਤੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ। ਲੈਟਸ ਲਿਸਨ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Given Iran's attacks on Kuwait, this latest attack on Kuwait, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Well, you know, there's a reason for everything. And we hit them pretty hard the night before and actually last night. And when it was explained to me, I said, all right, so we'll do that. But we've been hitting them pretty hard, a little bit. So there is a reason for certain things, and there's usually a reason that
I think audio quality is ਜੋ ਕੱਟਦੀ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ US ਦੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। US ਦੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਰਜ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। US ਦੇ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਲੇਮ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਓ ਕਲੇਮਿੰਗ ਇਟ ਹੈਜ਼ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਡ ਅ US Navy destroyer in the Gulf of Oman. Truth, Iran is lying. US military assets at sea continue to fly, sail and operate safely and unimpeded. ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਐਂਡ ਆਲ ਦੈਟ ਸਟਫ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ। ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਝੂਠ ਫਰੇਬ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਹੈ, ਐਸੀ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਫॉर ਸ਼ੋਰ। ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਜਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਜਾਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਸੀ, ਜੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣੇ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋਏਗੀ? Let me just get you some more information. क्योंकि इन्फॉर्मेशन बहुत तेजी नाल डेवलप हो रही है। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੋਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਪਾਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਫਰਾਂਸ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ G7 ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਵਰਲਡ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਿਲਣਗੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਵੀ ਮਿਲਣਗੇ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ I'll be going to the G7 in France immediately following what will be the one of the most entertaining nights in American history, the UFC World Championship fight on the south lawn of the White House. Records indicate that whilst fights of a much lower level took place at the White House throughout its long and storied history, nothing even close to this, the greatest fighters in the world, champions all, was even thought of for the People's House, President Donald J. Trump. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਆਪਣੇ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਮੇਨ ਗੋਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਕਣਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਵੈਪਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਬਣਾਏ, ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਵੈਪਨ ਨਾ ਬਣਾਏ। That's what our goal is. That's what Mr. Donald Trump is claiming. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੀਆਂ। ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਾਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਤੀਆਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਗਲਫ ਆਫ ਓਮਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਨੇਵੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੈ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਕਸੈਸਫੁਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਔਰ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ, ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਿਛਲੇ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, IRIB ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆਏ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਏ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਸੋਚਦੇ ਆ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮਤਲਬ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਸਮਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਇੰਨੀ ਖਬਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੀ ਬੜਾ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਲੱਗਦਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਛੋਟੇ ਹੈਡਿੰਗਸ ਜੇ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਲਿਖੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਪੜ੍ਹੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਆਰ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਓ ਮਚ ਬੈਟਰ। 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਾਇਆ, ਬਿਕਾਜ਼ ਵੀ ਹੈਵ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟਡ ਕੈਪੇਬਿਲਿਟੀਜ਼ that we did not have during the war and our military industries have become remarkably active. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਇਨਕਰੋਚ ਕਰੇਗਾ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਤੇ our armed forces are ready to crush the occupied territories. ਜੇ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਬੈਰੂਤ ਤੇ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ ਤੇ ਕਰੇਗਾ। and why they are saying this? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ no one can eliminate Hezbollah or ignore it. ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, no one can eliminate Hezbollah or ignore it. The entire world knows that Hezbollah is a part of Lebanon, its society and its political structure. Lebanon's internal issues must be resolved with the participation of all parties with the Lebanese framework. Hey, Mr. Abbas Araghchi ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਐਲੀਮੀਨੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। We have the capability to continue the war for any duration, but this does not mean that we seek war. We will confront any aggression against our country with determination, firmness, and great strength, and we have proven this in both wars. The end of the war is not in their hand, and it never will be. ਪਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਆਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ no one can eliminate Hezbollah or ignore it. ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਰੀਅਲੀ, ਜੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਵੋਕ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਵੋਕ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਵੋਕ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਟੀਮੀਡੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ। ਮੈਂ just give me only 1 minute, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਿਖਾਣਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ, ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰੀ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਰਾਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ no one can eliminate ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ, ਉਧਰੋਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਹਿਜ਼ਬੁੱਲਾ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਮੰਨੀਏ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ, ਕੀ ਸਮਝੀਏ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਕਿ ਠੀਕ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਬਿਆਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵਾਲੇ। No one can eliminate Hezbollah or ignore it. The entire world knows that Hezbollah is a part of Lebanon, its society and its political structure. And definitely ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਮਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ we have the capability to continue the war for any duration. We already ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਦੇਖ ਲਿਆ। We will confront any aggression against our country with determination, firmness and great strength, and we have proven this in both wars. The end of the war is not in their hands, and it never will be. The Navy of the Army, the Navy of the Army with all its might is monitoring. अच्छा, उन्हें Persian तो अंग्रेजी translate हुई है, so sometime there can be a difference in the reduced sentence making, which is monitoring the criminal and aggressor American Zionist enemy and will exact revenge for the pure blood of the proud martyrs of Dana destroyers in the most severe manner and will confront any mischief in the shortest possible time. ਆ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਨੇਵੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਲਗਾਈਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਨੇਵੀ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਆਰਮੀ ਟਾਰਗੇਟਡ ਦ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਆਫ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਆਰਮੀਜ਼ ਮਲੀਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਐਕਟ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਆਰ ਕੰਟਰੀ। ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਨੇਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੀ ਨੇਵੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਆਰਮੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਨੇਵੀ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੈਸਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਆ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਟਰੱਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੋਂ, ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਬਲਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਸਿਰਫ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਜਾਂ ਰੌਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ, ਰੌਕਟ ਲਾਂਚਰ ਲਾਂਚ ਥਰੂ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਮੋਬਾਈਲ। ਸੋ ਕੇਵਲ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਟਸ ਜਸਟ 8 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੋਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਮੇजेस ਆਫ ਨੇਵਲ ਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਬਾय ਦ ਆਰਮੀ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਦ US terrorist armies command center in the Sea of Oman, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਖਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਖਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਬਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆ ਗੱਲ ਇਮੇजेस ਔਰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਾਈਆਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹਿੱਟ ਕੀਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਹਿੱਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਹੁਣੇ ਦੱਸਣੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ। ਹੁਣ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ, ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਇਆ। ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਡਰੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਬਣ ਰਹੇ। ਕੱਲ ਮੇਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ UAE ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ, ਉਹ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਬੈਕ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ 4-4 ਵਜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਮਲੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਰਿਐਕਟ ਕਰੀਏ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ, ਕੁਝ ਕਰਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਕੱਲ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੈ। IRIB ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟਿੰਗ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਸਥਾ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 1 ਘੰਟਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਸੇ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦੇ ਬਿਆਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਇਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ। ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦੇ ਬਿਆਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, IRIB, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਇਰਾਨ ਬ੍ਰੌਡਕਾਸਟਿੰਗ, ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਦ ਫੇਟ ਆਫ ਇਰਾਨ ਐਂਡ ਲੈਬਨਾਨ in the war is the same. Either the war stops in both countries or it continues. ਕਿ ਜੇ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਦੋਹੇ ਸਾਈਡ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ, ਚੱਲਦੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਫਿਰ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਲਾਏ, we are prepared for a long-term war. Our military capabilities have increased compared to before the war in ways that the enemies do not know. ਫਿਰ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਆਊਟਲੈਟ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ 2 Israeli soldiers were killed and 10 others were injured in night-time attack by Hezbollah explosive device. ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਦਾ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲਾਈ ਹੈ, in the event of an attack on Beirut, Iran's military forces will attack Israel. ਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਇਜ਼ਰਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅਟੈਕ ਕਰ ਦੇਗਾ। IRIB ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ 54 ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, 45 minutes ago. ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੇਂਜ ਹੋ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਇਹ ਕਲੇਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ IRGC ਕਲੇਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ US ਦੀ 5th ਫਲੀਟ ਦੇ ਹੈੱਡਕੁਆਟਰ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿਹਾ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ, ਵਾਟ ਡੂ ਯੂ ਮੀਨ ਬਾਈ ਦਿਸ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ, ਪਹਿਲਾ ਹੀ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ, ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਹੋਇਆ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਤੋਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ, ਵਾਟ ਡੂ ਯੂ ਮੀਨ ਬਾਈ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ, ਤੂੰ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹੈ, ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀਜ਼ ਫਾਇਰ ਤੋਂ। ਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਆ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ।
How do you define ceasefire? How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
How do you define ceasefire? How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
More moderate manner. When you're shooting in a more moderate manner. ਇਹ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਬੜਾ ਹੈਰਾਨਗੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਔਰ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕਰਕੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪੂਰੀ ਦੀ ਪੂਰੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਟੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ। ਕਲੇਮ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਸਟ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੈਰਾਨੀਜਨਕ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ। ਭਾਈ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। IRGC ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ TV ਹੈ, ਇਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਫਸਟ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੈਲੀਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਵਾਂ, ਆਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ TV ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ TV ਹੈ, ਇਰਾਨੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਈ। ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਟੀਵੀ ਹੈ, ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਟੀਵੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਨਾ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਏ, ਵੀ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ ਭਾਈ। ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਰਾਨੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵਾਲੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਡਿਸਟਰੋਇਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹਿੱਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਟੀਵੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਖਬਰ ਹੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿੰਨੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ 8 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਇਹ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਯਕੀਨ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਕਰੋ, ਕਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਟੁੱਟ ਕੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਥਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਸਕੈਟਰਡ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕਾਊਂਟਰ 'ਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪਰ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ ਆ ਵੀ ਲਗਾਇਆ, US ਦੀ ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਨੇ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਪੈਟਰੀਓਟ ਮਿਜ਼ਾਈਲ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਟਰਸੈਪਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਆ ਕੇ ਵੱਜਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਲੇਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਟੁਡੇ that it did not attack the passenger terminal at Kuwait International Airport. And damage was instead caused by US missile interceptor. Totally false. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟਰੂਥ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ Iran struck the civilian airport with drones in a deliberate, calculated and unjustified attack. ਮੈਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਜੇ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜੇ ਐਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਟੈਕ ਹੋਇਆ, ਕੀ ਉਹ ਡਰੋਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਭਵ ਹੈਗਾ? ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੱਚਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਇਨਫਰਾਸਟ੍ਰਕਚਰ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਨਾ ਹੀ ਹਿਲ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ? ਸੋ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੋਚਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਭਾਈ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਅਨੀਤਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆ ਕਿਹਾ Canada unequivocally condemns Iran's reckless strike against Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. These attacks, which killed one person and injured civilians, are a dangerous escalation that threatens regional stability and security. Iran must end its destabilizing actions immediately. Canada stands in full solidarity with our partners and supports all efforts to prevent further escalation and restore security in the region. ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਪੱਖ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਪੱਖ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਫੇਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਿਆਨ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਆਇਆ। ਸੋ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਫੁਟੇਜ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਟਰੂ ਐਸੈਂਸ ਹੈਗਾ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦਾ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਬਣਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ AI ਦੇ ਜ਼ਰੀਏ ਬਣਦੀਆਂ। ਦੋ ਆਈ ਕੈਨ ਨਾਟ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਛ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਉਧਰੋਂ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵਾਹਵਾ ਬਹਿਸ ਬੂਸ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਬਹਿਸ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਚਰਚਾ ਦਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਰਿਮਾਰਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਡੈਮ ਕ੍ਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦਾ CNBC TV 18 ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਮਟਾਈਮਸ ਲਾਈਕ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਫੈਮਲੀਜ਼, ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। let me just post it here, ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਹੋਰ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏਗੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਤਾ, ਈਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਕਰਤਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਜੰਗ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਦੋਹੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ, ਦੋਹੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਰੁਕੇਗੀ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਚੱਲੇਗੀ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਦੋਨੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਚੱਲੇਗੀ। ਇਹ ਬੈਂਜਾਮਿਨ ਨੇਤਨਯਾਹੂ ਨੇ ਮਾਫ ਕਰਨਾ ਇੱਕ TV ਨੂੰ CNBC TV 18 ਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹਾ।
So let's talk about the call that you had with him this week, which is getting a lot of attention. The president confirmed that he said you're effing crazy. How did you react to that? What really happened in that call?
Well, I'm not going to get into details of our conversations. We've had thousands, well, a lot of them. And if you think this is a crisis, you should be in some other conversations. But we've always found a way. We have so many agreements. We agree on the main things. We want to get Iran, the nuclear program in Iran, finished. We want to make sure that Iran doesn't pose a threat to Israel, to the Middle East, to America, that it doesn't develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them, not only to Israel and to every capital in Europe, but to every city in the United States. That's our common goal. That's what we set out to do. And to expand the circle of peace, as the president and I did in the Abraham Accords together. So we have common goals. Sometimes we have, as in the best of families, you have these tactical disagreements. We always find a way to work them out. And we do so as great friends. We can disagree in the morning, and by the afternoon we have common action.
So
we can disagree in the morning and take joint action by the afternoon. And sometimes, like the best families, we have these tactical disagreements. The disagreements ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਬਟ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਇਜ਼ਾ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਵੀ ਗਿਆ ਹਸਪੀਟਲਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ। 60 ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਦੱਸੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਜ਼ਖਮੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਜੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕੁਵੈਤੀ ਆਰਮੀ ਨੇ ਪਾਇਆ। ਹਿਜ਼ ਐਕਸੀਲੈਂਸੀ ਚੈਕਸ ਔਨ the health condition of the injured. His Excellency the Minister of Defense Sheikh Abdullah Ali Abdullah Al Salem Al Sabah visited the injured from the targeting of civilian and vital facilities, including Kuwait International Airport, in the early hours of today, and to check on their health conditions and follow up on the medical care provided to them. During the visit, His Excellency listened to the detailed briefing from the medical team regarding their health status and treatment services provided to them, wishing them a speedy recovery and continued health and well-being. His Excellency was accompanied during the visit by His Excellency the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, Sheikh Engineer Hamoud Mubarak Al Hamoud Al Sabah. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਥੱਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੈਮੇਜ ਅਸੈਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਆਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਇਹ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਬਟ ਕੁਵੈਤ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ। ਐਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸੈਡ ਕਿ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਚੇਂਜ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਪਈਆਂ। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੈੱਕ ਹੋ ਸਕਣ। ਚੈਕੋਸਲੋਵਾਕੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ, ਚੈੱਕ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਟੈਕਸ ਦੀ। ਸੋ ਆ ਮੇਨ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਦੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ। ਆਈ ਹੋਪ ਕਾਫੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ। ਐਂਡ ਵੈਰੀ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹੋ, ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਐਂਡ ਨਾਓ ਆਈ ਹੈਵ ਟੂ ਟੇਕ ਦ ਲੀਵ। ਇਟਸ ਮੋਰ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ 6 ਆਵਰਸ ਨਾਓ। ਔਰ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਤੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਹੋਵਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਗੀਆਂ। ਐਂਡ ਮਾਈ ਹੰਬਲ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਲਾਈਕ, ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ। ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਕਸ ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, YouTube ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਫੇਸਬੁੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਇੰਸਟਾਗ੍ਰਾਮ ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਿਹਤਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਾਏ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਣ। ਕੇਵਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਅਰਜੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੈ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੁਝ ਚੁਣਿੰਦਾ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬਟ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਵੈਰੀ ਥੈਂਕਫੁਲ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਚੈਨਲ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੋ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ। ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹਾਂ ਸਮੀਰ ਕੌਸ਼ਲ।